Committee, I find that due to the state emergency declared by the governor as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and in accordance with House Rule 67 and the governor's emergency order number 12 pursuant to Executive Order 2020-04, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. These are presentations pertaining to the capital budget. Please note that there is no physical location for members of the public to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting. However, in accordance with the emergency order, I am confirming that all members of the committee and select legislative staff have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during the meeting through the Zoom electronic meeting platform. And the public has access to listen and, if necessary, participate in this meeting by the Zoom platform or by telephone. All necessary access information has been made available in the House calendar and through the electronic calendar on the General Court website. The notice for this meeting complies with House rules and with RSA 91-A. Anyone who has a problem accessing the meeting should call 271-3600 or email hcs@leg.state.nh.us. In the event the public is unable to access the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. I would like to introduce the staff that are on the meeting assisting us: Brad Greenland, committee researcher, and Christopher Shea. Please note that all votes taken during this meeting shall be done by roll call vote. Let us start the meeting by taking a roll call attendance. When each member states they're present, please also state whether there is anyone in the room with you during this meeting, which is required under the right to know law. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Graham.
Present in the committee room.
Representative McConkey.
Present in the committee room.
Representative Mills is here and in the committee room. Representative Samaro. Representative Samaro. Representative Fadolfi. Representative Fadolfi. Representative Newton. Representative Newton. Representative Blasek. Representative Blasek. Representative Boards. Representative Boards. Representative Kaczynski. Representative Kaczynski. Representative Thompson.
Present in the meeting room.
Representative Van de Castile. Representative Van de Castile. Representative Cloutier.
Present in the committee room.
Representative Edgar.
President at home. Kathy might be around someplace.
Representative Eagle.
Home alone in New London. Good to see you all.
Representative Jack.
Present in the committee room.
Representative Abbott.
Here in the committee room.
Representative Faulkner.
I'm here at home in Swansea, alone for the moment, but my wife will be home soon.
Representative Newman.
Yes, here in Nashua, alone in the room. My husband is in the house on another committee meeting.
Representative Eaton. Representative Eaton. Representative Peterson. Representative Peterson. Representative Squarey.
Present at home in Manchester, alone.
Representative Bunker.
I am present at home. My wife may pass through from time to time.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. At this point, the first presentation today will be from the Department of Agriculture, Markets, and Food. And I believe I see the commissioner is online with us. If we could bring him up at this point.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee.
Thank you, Commissioner, for coming. Was there anybody else that you needed to bring with you?
I'm hopeful that Gail McWilliams Jelly is on online here somewhere, but I'm not sure. I have not spoken with her this morning.
Okay.
Representative Graham, she is, and we'll bring her into the meeting. This is Chris.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Shea. All right, Commissioner, you have your periodic requests for the Big E.
Yes, and I know you have all of our information, so I would prefer to answer questions rather than bore you with details of things you already have in front of you. Obviously, the last year was a difficult one. We did not open the building. The Eastern States Exposition did not go forward, and we're unsure of what is going to happen. And in the meantime, the building continues to needs to be maintained. Many years ago, former Commissioner Taylor set up a organization called Champions of New Hampshire Farms. They largely run the exhibits within the building, and they have run things like a booth to do lobster macaroni and cheese and raise funds. Much of the money that they raise is put right back into the buildings. So a lot of the maintenance is done that way. Obviously, they raised no money last year. So periodically, we do need to come forward and ask for monies from the state to maintain the building. And I think pictures in these cases truly do speak 1,000 words. The one thing that you really can't tell from the pictures is the issue of the fire escape. While it looks like it's well maintained, it does not meet current codes. And we have a dorm room on the top floor of the building, and that is the emergency exit. And while we were largely left alone by Massachusetts when it came to building codes, they have recently started to come down on us. We have a number of issues with the dorm rooms. We're not asking for any assistance in dealing with those, but one of the things we absolutely need is to bring our fire escape to code. And you can see the other issues with the deterioration of the exterior of the building that we're dealing with. So with that, I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Commissioner, we have a lot of new members on this committee. If you could just take a minute or so to explain why we own a building in Massachusetts.
Fair enough. So the Eastern States Exposition is really a one of a kind in the country. It is a fair run by all New England states through a non-profit, which all states have trustees that are responsible for that. And over a period of time, beginning in the 1920s, each New England state built a building to represent their state and have exhibits within those buildings. And they're all in a row. They're beautiful buildings. And we showcase New Hampshire products in those buildings. So you have some of that in your materials, but for many of our vendors, it's a huge part of their annual income because there's 1.5 million people coming through the fair now each year. And it's really a great time for everyone, but it's a huge fundraiser, and this is something we should be proud of, and we should maintain our building. And right now, we're not doing a very good job of that. Obviously, the building is now over 90 years old and has been fairly well maintained, but you can really see the deterioration of the pointing, and the chimneys are leaning and need to be brought down and built up again. But it is a unique event in the country.
And I remember my first term, that was my basic question of why are we spending money in Massachusetts? Hopefully that will do it. Is the dollar amount, within the governor's proposal and what is it will be in House Bill 25 sufficient to do those repairs that you talked about?
We believe that it is. Prices change, but we do believe that we will be able to do that. And there are a couple of lower priced items here that if perhaps there isn't, we might still have the ability to work with the Champions of New Hampshire Farms to get these things done. I can't guarantee that, but we believe this will accomplish our goals.
Any questions of the commissioner or his staff about this project that is included in House Bill 25? Representative Ebel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Commissioner. Could you talk about the faux chimneys? I gather they're part of the stylistic appearance of the building, and that's why they have to be replaced?
Yes, they are. I don't know a lot of the history. As you can see, the building was built to be a replica of the original State House, and I assume that is part of it. And certainly removing those would substantially change the look of the building. And so I would certainly not recommend removing them and not replacing them. I think it would be a real detriment to the architecture of the building.
Thank you.
Representative Newman.
Yes, thank you. Commissioner, do you have an estimate of what the fire escape repairs alone would be?
Yes, that's $25,000.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Abbott.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, I would assume that the fire escape would be the #1 priority. Is that?
Yeah, I think it probably is. Gail might be able to speak to that, although, I think it will be some years before those chimneys might be in danger of toppling over. You can see that those could become a safety concern because they are leaning, and at some point that could be a safety concern. But I think without the fire escape being brought up to code, we would be in danger of not being able to have the workers stay there. And that is a huge part of how we are able to operate the building, is to use that bunk room and have the people who come in and are permanent workers really working for the Champions of New Hampshire Farms to be able to stay there overnight, because obviously we wouldn't be able to afford that if we had to put people up in motels and hotels. So.
Any other questions of the commissioner or his staff?
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Cloutier.
Thank you. And I'm Commissioner, and I know that the chairman alluded to this because periodically the Agriculture Department comes in with a request for this building. Do you remember when the last capital budget there was a request for this building? And you have any idea what it was for? Just a brief description. And if not, like maybe someone on the staff, but I
think Gail could probably answer that. I don't believe that we had requested anything in my first budget, so I will defer to Gail on that.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Yes, good morning. I believe it was under Commissioner Merrill, so probably 10 or so years ago. And I believe the main request was for roof repair to the building.
All right, thank you. Appreciate that information.
And unfortunately, I remember that far back. Any other questions of the department? Seeing none, Commissioner, we thank you for appearing and providing all the paper electronically to the members of the committee. If we have any other questions, we do know how to get a hold of you.
Very good. I thank you for your time and your consideration. Have a good day.
Same to you. And moving right along to the next presentation is from the judicial branch. And I believe that Justice Hicks is here to represent the judicial branch.
I am, and it's a pleasure to be here. Can everyone hear me?
Yes. And welcome to the committee, Justice Hicks.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman Graham, Vice Chairman McConkey, and members of the House Public Works Committee. I'm Gary Hicks, Senior Associate Justice of the New Hampshire Supreme Court. The next time you hear from us, chances are it will be my new boss, Gordon McDonald, who will be sworn in on Thursday. But joining me today are my colleagues, Chris Keating, the Director of the Administrative Office of the Courts, Donna Raymond, our Fiscal Manager, Matt Seaton, our Chief Information Officer, and Jackie Waters, our New Hampshire eCourt Program Director. We're here to present, I want to make sure I get framed correctly. We're here to present our request for capital funding for the New Hampshire eCourt project. New Hampshire eCourt, as some of you know, is the New Hampshire branch's singular and comprehensive technology innovation program. We will explain why, to those who don't already know, why it is essential to New Hampshire citizens to share with you our successes. We'll explain how we will strategically utilize capital funds in the upcoming biennium. After our presentation, we're prepared to answer any questions. The branch is requesting $1.4 million of capital funds to continue the eCourt project. It's a technical program that reduces procedural barriers and increases access to justice through modern software and hardware. Examples include electronic filing for attorneys and self-represented litigants, online access to case documents, automated workflow for staff and attorneys and judges managing mostly the paperless court that we now find ourselves in. Never has the properly applied use of technology proven to be more beneficial to New Hampshire citizens than during the pandemic, and we can provide examples of that. Our presentation will demonstrate that value. Historically, the New Hampshire eCourt project began in 2012. I was there, so I have a memory of it. Every year since, the New Hampshire Judicial Branch has delivered technology solutions on time and on budget. The program has been recognized nationally as a model for supporting self-represented litigants in their transition from paper to paperless filing. Most importantly, we will share data-driven metrics that demonstrate New Hampshire eCourt's value to litigants and other parties. As with any technology, New Hampshire eCourt continues to evolve. Our objective is to continue advancing as rapidly as new and better solutions become available. Your support through a capital appropriation has always been appreciated, and it will yet again enable the New Hampshire branch to keep modern technology in our Access to Justice toolkit. And if there are no other questions, specific questions of me at this time, I will turn over the mic to Jackie Waters, the New Hampshire eCourt Program Director.
I would ask the committee to hold all of your questions so we've heard the entire presentation. We could probably go a little smoother.
Thank you, sir. Jackie, are you there?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Justice Hicks. I appreciate that. Can everyone hear me? Yes? Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. Again, my name is Jackie Waters, the New Hampshire eCourt Program Director, and I have been working on New Hampshire eCourt since the beginning in 2012. As Justice Hicks mentioned, we're requesting $1.4 million to expand eCourt following the NH eCourt 2.0 strategic plan. This is a plan focused on areas of continuous improvement to complete some strategic initiatives that improve access to justice and to build out the technical infrastructure that supports the modern technology required by government entities. I'm following along on the slides. I assume that you've all received them, that I've just covered on the titles. Moving to the second slide. Excuse me, I'll just get my computer to work. Okay, so what is the purpose of New Hampshire eCourt? Why do we even do this? So really, as you can see in the New Hampshire Judicial Branch mission, we believe in access to justice for all. And the New Hampshire eCourt program exists so that modern technology can facilitate this mission. We believe that the prudent use of technology to ensure the court system remains a viable and relevant dispute resolution forum that serves New Hampshire fairly and independently. Moving to the next slide. So how does the New Hampshire eCourt help people during the pandemic? We couldn't, of course, have this presentation without this mentioning the pandemic. I believe that this situation offers an actually unique opportunity to demonstrate how eCourt supports the judicial branch's mission, even during these most challenging times. So for example, electronic filing means people do not need to come into the courthouse to conduct their court business. Fewer visitors means more effective social distancing and lowers COVID-19 exposure risk. And also too, court operations are not at this time tightly bound to court facilities. So remote working and remote hearings are possible. And calling your attention to some of the data points, since the pandemic in the Superior Court, nearly 11,000 cases have been e-filed and almost 24,000 cases in the Circuit Court. I think it's important to know about remote working. When the court process is electronic, you can more easily reallocate staff and judges when quarantine and illness impact our staffing levels. So reallocating work among the staff has been a great benefit provided by eCourt. So slide number 4, what is eCourt? Some of you may not be as familiar with the program as others. I think of it in three categories. First, it's a technology platform. This platform automates the adjudication processes that are administered by the judicial branch. It is also a set of software-based services. These include electronic filing and electronic service, online document access for case parties and others. And it also includes guided interviews to help self-represented litigants to prepare their pleadings. You've heard of TurboCourt or TurboTax. I'm sure it's similar to that, and answering questions results in a properly formatted pleading for electronic filing. And finally, eCourt is also a strategic management approach. We focus on providing substantial benefits by optimizing our resources, and one that I refer to as the small but mighty team, and rather deploying just disparate point solutions. So our goal is to ensure that the whole is greater than the sum of its parts as we deploy technology. Some people like pictures, so I decided to put a conceptual diagram of eCourt into our presentation. And very briefly, this is an idea that looking on the left side of the diagram, of course, eCourt is internet-based. What isn't these days? We have our constituents, our self-represented litigants, attorneys, justice partners. We also have vendors. Much of our eCourt technology platform is hosted in the government cloud, the secure government cloud. And if there are questions about that, I'm sure Matt can answer them for you. The middle is always the security layer, right? Cybersecurity, general network traffic, making sure it's safe and secure. And then on the other side of that secure wall are the staff and the judges who are working every day. And in the gray box on the very far right side, those represent our enterprise systems, the Odyssey case management system, product called Judge's Bench, which is for handling documents during hearings. And then finally, case party access to their file documents. So what are the benefits of an electronic court and eCourt specifically? So you can see there's some of the benefits I've listed. So every initiative that we implement is with the intent to consistently deliver and improve upon the solutions that make the judicial branch more effective in its critical role. We endeavor to remove physical and process barriers. Our solutions should build trust in our systems over time. They should support litigant engagement to ensure fair outcomes. And they provide a level of transparency that's required under law. And finally, we endeavor to maximize the available resources in the judicial branch. So eCourt by the numbers. I'm very proud to say, and the team that I work with has delivered a successful project on time and on budget every year since 2012. Over 136,000 cases have been filed, representing about 1.8 million documents. And again, we've completed about 13 projects, virtually one every year since 2012. So we've used the generous funding that we have received prudently and effectively for 8 years. We have never had a failed project. An important metric that many look at when they're talking about court operations, this is the time to disposition. So we have some pre-COVID numbers there, and we have some data that show an 8 to 72% decrease in the time to disposition for several of the circuit court e-filed case types. I also wanted to call out 1.8 million electronic documents. I decided to do sort of a back of the envelope calculation on that. So that's millions of sheets of paper, not purchased, not printed, mailed, filed, stored, archived, shredded, or sent to landfills. So the eCourt has helped during the courts during the pandemic, but of course eCourt was impacted by the pandemic, and we responded in a manner that I refer to as the pandemic pivot. So the projects we had intended for fiscal year 2021 are on hold at the moment. That said, with a significant, in fact, I would say driving support from the IT department, projects were delivered or are in progress in response to the emergency orders that COVID presented to us. We created a mobile workforce by substantially improving our virtual private network, and we allocated laptops and related hardware to staff and judges who did not have them. We also launched virtual court. So we introduced WebEx, providing software and training to attorneys, judges, court staff, filers. And we're in the process of building what we call WebEx mobile units. These are purpose-built devices that enable video conferencing with ease. So far, we have spent more than 12,000 hours on video conferencing, and that has involved over 77,000 participants. So the courts continue to operate in part because the court can more easily manage electronic cases. I just also wanted to comment that the additional hardware required was funded with the coronavirus relief funds from the CARES Act. So why does the New Hampshire eCourt program require additional capital funds? Well, as I've mentioned and shown in my picture, that eCourt is infrastructure, and infrastructure requires maintenance. It requires to be added new capabilities, and it needs to evolve as technology evolves. I envision it very much as a technology, as a tangible asset. And failure to invest in technology creates something we refer to as technology debt. Status quo in technology actually means moving backward. And if you want to catch up and move forward, trying to get past your being technically obsolete, you have to pay what's called technical debt. So future technology expenditures are always more costly to remedy obsolescence. So keeping current is critical. Moving on to slide 10, how would we invest the $1.4 million should you approve its appropriation? Well, we have a 3-point plan. It's a multi-year plan. And the first 2 require the capital funding. New software solutions, for example, to help litigants understand legal issues, to help them pay fines, to access court case information more securely and conveniently, to find ways to settle disputes fairly with greater ease and less time, and to reduce tangible expenses. We also require funding to prepare for the future now. In a future biennium, our intent is to procure a more modern and flexible case management system. That type of endeavor requires preparation, and we would like to do that in fiscal year 23. We also have a third component of the plan worthy mentioning. We have to maintain our systems. That's not a capital expenditure, but maintaining systems is a critical component of our plan. And finally, this is in the last picture. It's a little bit updated from the first one, and you can see it looks very much the same. We have our constituents, our litigants, and our justice partners, but we also have expanded our presence in the government cloud. And we intend to have more solutions hosted by our vendors in this secure environment. And on the side where we have our internal staff working, we are deploying what we call an enterprise service bus. And this is a technology that helps move information and workflows more fluidly and more rapidly than using many, many separate software applications. So we believe that we have a proven track record of success and have demonstrated proper stewardship of the resources. We touch people's lives every single day in ways that make a challenging time in people's lives a little bit easier. And we believe and we know that modern technology a modern government is not a luxury. It's an actually essential service now. And the only technology resources available to the digital branch is the capital funding that we receive. And so thank you for this opportunity to tell you our court story. There are details in the appendix that I encourage you to review. And at this time, we're taking any questions, and I will facilitate. If I cannot answer, the colleagues here surely can. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Representative Bunker.
Hi, Ms. Waters. Thank you for taking my question. I'm new to the committee, so forgive me if I make stupid assumptions or anything. I am curious, and I realize COVID may make this more complicated too, but pre-pandemic, what percentage approximately of total court caseload is now handled by e-court, and how is that trending over time? And is there some sort of maximum percentage that it could someday reach?
That's an excellent question. So as of 2020, 100% of the Supreme Court and 100% of the Superior Court cases are e-filed, with some exceptions. There are some exceptions. We allow an exception for people who are unable to electronically file. The circuit court's a bit less than that. We have some of the larger case types to complete for e-filing. These are the case types involving family matters, juvenile matters, and so forth. The most confidential and highly sensitive court matters are not yet e-filing. If I had to roughly estimate, I'd say about a third of the circuit court cases are electronically filed. But if the precise number is of critical importance, of course I can get that for you.
Thank you. No, just curiosity. Follow-up, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So is the eventual goal to have 100% e-filing for all types of cases, or as close as possible?
Yes, I would say the eventual goal is to do that. Right now, our ambitions are further ahead than the technology available to us, again, mentioning that security. But yes, it would be the intention of nearly 100. I don't want to say 100%. There are probably some matters that just do not even lend themselves to electronic filing.
Thank you.
Representative Faulkner.
Yes, thank you.
You have to unmute yourself, Barry.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Saying full disclosure, I'm a frequent user of e-file and can attest to its benefits. I also appreciate your differentiation between investment and ongoing maintenance. That's another issue that we've often dealt with, and I appreciate your understanding that capital investments can't just be a replacement for ongoing maintenance. Follow on, do you have an estimate of how long this particular investment might, what's the economic lifetime of this investment, and when and will we expect to have a major new investment program sometime in the future, or is this we're trying to relate our investment to the bond, the length of time that we have bonds outstanding, and I just was wondering whether this is like a 10-year or 20-year economic life.
I feel like I have only a layman's answer to that question. I don't know if Donna could answer or Matthew could answer from my fiscal perspective or technology perspective. I can answer the quick question about the future investment. We're strongly advocating for replacement of our case management system, and we can go into much more detail about that. I don't have any details today to share with you about that, but that would be a significant, a more significant investment than perhaps we've made in request for in the past. But that's several years, at least 3 or 4 years out. Anyone to answer about the economic lifetime? Matt, Donna?
Matt, share your crystal ball with us.
Yes, Representative Faulkner. Hi, Matthew Seaton, the Judicial Branch CIO. You know, some of these are very large institutional applications, and I would say you're typically looking at a lifespan of about 15 years. A good example is our current case management system. Since procurement to the possible replacement in the future, possibly 2024. We've been with that product for about 15 years. And not just in government, but if you look in the private sector, large investments into enterprise, resource planning systems, they typically have a lifespan about 15 years before you look at a new major investment in replacing that. Of course, during that time, we're constantly taking new releases, bug fixes, patches. But yeah, at a certain point, you have to replace the entire platform. So I would say for large software investments, you're looking at about 15 years. Hardware, much different story. Software really drives the innovation of hardware, and not vice versa. Hardware ends up, depending on what type of device it is, you could have hardware such as cell phones and tablets. Honestly, those are like on a 2-year replacement cycle. It's almost the smaller the device, the more often you have to replace it. Then you get into laptops. They usually have a 4 to 5 year useful lifespan. Desktop computers, 6 to 7 years. Servers, the back end of infrastructure, slightly longer. Again, probably between 6 and 8 years. Networking equipment, about the same. You have a useful lifespan about 7 years on those. So in this case, the vast majority of this request is going to software. So if you're trying to put an economic, impact on it as far as the length of time, I would estimate about 15 years. 10 to 15 is probably the appropriate. I would not go over 15.
Thank you for that answer.
Thank you. Any other questions? I do have one. Understanding that you are a separate branch of government, has this system been coordinated with the state's Department of Information Technology to make sure that we're all compatible with what we're doing?
Short answer is yes, but I think someone should provide the technical answer.
To you, Matt.
Thank you for the question. Yeah, we do have integrations where we do share information electronically with the Department of Safety. Are our systems exactly the same? No, they're using a completely different record management system than we are. But through we call it the J1 switch, which is basically an API or an integration layer, we can send and receive data between our two systems. The Judicial Branch IT is where I like to think of us as extremely very good neighbors with DOIT. We participate in their cybersecurity advisory committee. We're members of the KIC. I have regular monthly meetings with Commissioner Goulet. So we're very much partners, and we do discuss regularly what both the executive branch IT is working on and the judicial branch. We want to ensure that we have the capabilities to partner with each other when appropriate.
Thank you. Like I said, I did understand that you're a separate branch, but it does help if we could talk between the 3 branches of government
And we do, so.
Great.
Yes.
Representative Evil, you had your hand up?
I actually had exactly the same question about coordination among the with DOIT. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And you spoke at length about the effects of the pandemic on the e-court. And one of the things in the bullet points you have is about e-filing for abuse and neglect, CHIN's petitions, juvenile and adoption cases. I certainly would think that given the trend that because of the reporting agencies, that the number of these cases would have declined during the pandemic. And once we resume the new normal, that you would be seeing a significant increase. Is that correct, or am I wrong?
That's an excellent question, one that doesn't fall into my area of expertise. Justice Hicks, do you have any thoughts about abuse neglect volume?
Just to start out with, those are the least pleasant cases in our system, as you no doubt can appreciate. And we fast track every one of them. The legislature has supported us in that endeavor in the past. We don't have any hard statistics from which to extrapolate what an increase might be, but we certainly know anecdotally that they are down and they are likely, in fact, to go up. So I think you're right on target that we will receive an increase in that type of case and litigation.
Representative Thomas?
Yes, Justice Hicks. I have a couple of questions.
Sure.
At what point do you think that you'll be phasing back into in-person, or is this just the future of the court system?
That's a very good question. We've learned a lot of benefits from this type of operation. There are lawyers who appear before us from all around the country who are very happy that they don't have to charge their client to get on an airplane and fly 2,000 miles to appear before our court. I'm going to be around here for 2.5 more years, so I'm probably going to be the one involved in that decision. And we think, our current thinking is, keep in mind that Chief McDonald hasn't started yet and he's going to be the boss. Our current thinking is that if parties want to go remotely and agree to go remotely, that we'll continue to go remotely. Now, I did happen to speak to Gordon yesterday, and he expressed a strong preference for resuming in-person operations as soon as we can. So I guess I've just given you 2 different answers to that question.
Well, thank you very much for the answer. I guess follow up, please, Mr. Chairman. If that's the way it probably will run, what would you foresee? Would you foresee there being 2 separate systems operating at the same time? An online system with
Yes. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I don't think we can go back. I mean, there are huge benefits to the system that you and I are engaged in right now. For example, when we have bar admission ceremonies or award ceremonies for lifetime employees, friends and relatives can view from Alaska and California and otherwise participate. And we get a lot of very positive feedback. It's been I think Chris Keating was the one who first noticed it. It's been a very positive employee relations tool for us. So I think it's not that there's 2 different systems, there's 2 parallel systems.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from members of the committee? I do have one, and it has nothing to do with this presentation. It has to do with one of your associates came in previously and talked about digitizing the Supreme Court records. if we were to find the money to do that, should we give it to the judicial branch or to somebody else? Nobody else seems to want to take this on as a project.
Well, I wish whoever does take it on well, because in my experience, it's very, very difficult to stop the Justice Bobby Hunt's Marconi train once it gets started. It really is not a court project per se, but an archive project. There's history in those volumes that is invaluable. And I know that she wishes she were here to speak independently about that project, but she does not want it to detract from the court's capital budget request. Have I answered that anywhere near satisfactorily?
Yes, you did, Justice Hicks. And it wouldn't be at the detriment of what you're asking. It would be if we could find money to even start it as a separate project. We just need somebody to be in charge of it if we do that. But we will ask the Secretary of State and the archives on their opinion at some point. But thank you for that answer.
Great. Thank you.
Other questions from members of the committee? You have anything further you'd like to add, Justice Hicks?
Just to thank you, whenever I get an opportunity to address you, to thank you for the support of the judicial branch. I know we're separate branches, but the Constitution also says we do have to play well in the sandbox together. And I'm pleased that during my tenure here, at least, I've really treasured the relationship between the legislative, executive, and judicial branches. And we are here to answer any questions. You can call any one of us. I think you already know where you'll get the sophisticated answers versus the unsophisticated answers. But don't hesitate to call us at any time.
And I thank you for appearing.
Enjoy your day.
We will.
Thank you again.
Thank you. The next presentation is from the Department of Education, and I see that the Commissioner is already online with us. Welcome to Public Works and Highways, Commissioner.
Good morning. And I have a relatively short capital budget for you today, so I can share my screen if that's necessary. But if everyone has the information, it might be easy just to follow along. There are 2 projects. And as well, I just send my regards. Tammy Valancourt, our Chief Financial Officer, had intended to be here, but she had something that happened this morning that required her otherwise to not be able to join us. So she sends her regards. So the first item that we have before you is a capital project for a generator. And this is over in the building off of Pleasant Street. This is going to be federally funded. We do work over there for the Social Security Administration through our SSDI program. And the our federal partners in Washington have asked that we have a generator backup system for the work that we're doing over there. They are willing to pay for it. And so we have gone to DAS and asked for them to scope this out. And so here is the proposal that we have to install that generator backup system. I can tell you that this is a generator backup system that would accommodate the activities that we have, which are on the 3rd floor of that facility. It won't be for the whole building. I believe it would be more if the whole building was covered. The feds are not willing to pay for the whole building. They're willing to pay for the activities that we are performing for them. If the committee believed that it was necessary to have a backup generator for the whole building, that would be an additional appropriation that this committee would need to make so that we could at least meet our obligation to the feds. But that as well, if you thought it was important while we're already doing the work on the generator to just get a bigger one that supports the whole building, that would be a decision for the committee to take a look at.
Commissioner, if I may just ask a question, if we work with admin services about looking at doing a big one, will the federal money still be there for in part payment? Do you know?
It would be, yep. So we would be able to proportionally contribute to that to the extent that that would support, our operations in that facility.
Thank you.
Yep. The next project that I wanted to bring your attention to is my project Lead the Way, which is really my pre-engineering technology. So these are funds that are used every year to procure engineering kits and engineering supplies for a very specific engineering program that we have in our schools called Project Lead the Way. And it is a sequential program that leads students through various and increasing sophisticated levels of engineering project work. It has been very successful in the past and is actually a program that's quite popular with a number of different students throughout the educational system. So that's what this project is used for.
Commissioner, again, I've been here a while. This dollar amount for the pre-engineering technology has stayed relatively constant for a couple of decades. Is the 300,000 that you are asking for sufficient to meet the needs of our students who are involved in this program for the coming biennium?
It is, and I think even in some previous biennium, we have not used the full allocation of it. But this is adequate to support the Project Lead the Way programs that we have, and we don't anticipate, they're used in many of the schools already, but we don't anticipate there to be a significant increase that we would need, and we think that this will support that need.
Thank you. For members of the committee, if you've been following along with what the governor proposed, as his budget director mentioned when he was here, the Hudson CTE Center was funded a year ago in a separate bill, so it will not appear in House Bill 25. So the commissioner will not be addressing that particular item.
If I might address two other projects, I want to talk a little bit about CTE projects in addition to one other project, if I may. So you'll notice what is conspicuously absent from this budget is a renovation for one of our CTE centers. As you know, we have a prioritized list of centers that are refurbished on a regular basis. As you pointed out, we just finished up the funding for the Hudson CTE Center. The next projects that are in the queue have been Whitefield is one of the projects. Whitefield has had several attempts locally to get their local funding for this. I think they've had 2 or 3 attempts at that. They have another one that they have put together that they're going to be bringing forward to their local voters. It is a project, again, because it's been in the works for a while, that they believe that they have scoped the project such that they can get local community support. But they don't have that in this biennium, and therefore you don't see it in this particular budget request to you. The other is Claremont, who ordinarily would have been scheduled to be able to be refurbished as well during this period of time. And Claremont as well deferred the process with the intention of combining with Newport, which is one of the next projects that is up in the queue, and to do a combined opportunity there, potentially a combined center, maybe even coordinating with the community college system. And through those collaborations, we've actually achieved some efficiencies in that process. But again, that project is not ready to bring before you because it has not yet finished the planning process nor the local approval process. So that is continuing to move forward. We do have coming up behind them, we've got projects in Milford and in Peterborough, and we continue to talk to them. They are in their planning stage. They've I believe they've even, in Milford anyways, they've begun architectural work. So we think that those will come to you in schedule. But the other thing to keep in mind as a committee is that the way that we have prioritized these refurbishments is initially, going back, I believe, as far as like back in 1974, we started the build out of our CTE centers across the state. And then when we got to the refurbishment process, we just went back to the beginning of the list and have been working our way through the list, which has pretty much have followed that list. There have been some, movement depending upon the readiness of the community to be able to engage that work. But we are approaching the end of the list again and are working very closely with the legislative committee, the SB 190 committee, to really decide if that's the appropriate approach to decide which CPE center we build next or we work on next. And do we really want to tackle complete refurbishments, or should we have a more incremental approach where we're refurbishing various programs as those programs need refurbishment, as the technology changes, as new opportunities develop? So that should probably be coming before the legislature, if not this session, maybe in the next session as well, to relook at how we decide which project we really want to prioritize through that effort. And then there is one other project that I want to just bring to your attention that will come to you through the Department of Administrative Services. This has now come before the committee, several times. I think might be the third time, and I'm hoping that the third time is a charm. We'll see. It's not in my budget because it deals with the facility that I have here at the Department of Education, and it is a refurbishment of the restroom facilities at the department. The Department of Education, pre-pandemic, and hopefully in the near future, has quite a number of unique outside visitors. We receive about 7,000 unique outside visitors per year. And because we run all kinds of boards associated with the education system, we run a number of different student programming that students may have meetings or something in this building, lots of educator preparation activities that go on. We also do the relicensing here in the department. So again, 7,000 unique visitors per year come through here. The actual facilities are particularly, they may even be considered embarrassing a little bit. I've never been in the ladies' room, but I understand that it is potentially not even safe because of unevenness of floor. And so this is funding to refurbish those so that we're not looking for extravagance, but professionalism in terms of all of those unique impressions that we're making on a regular basis each year. So I just wanted to highlight that project for you as well. And that is the extent of our capital budget this year.
Commissioner, I remember the discussions previously about the restrooms at your building from prior capital budgets. I do not see it in admin services requests this year. If you and Commissioner Arlinghouse could get together before the 10th of March and provide us with something that says what the scope and cost of this would be, because I'm sure if I go back to last capital budget discussions, those figures are no longer correct. The meeting will at least look at it. No guarantees that we'll be able to fund it, but at least now that you have raised the issue, we should have a cost factor involved and what the scope of the work is. If you and your counterpart at Admin Services could do that, I would appreciate it, and I think most of the committee would as well, rather than just throwing a dollar amount in there.
Yep, I'm happy to do that, and I believe we have a scoped amount, but I'll confirm that the number I'm looking at on the document I was provided is up to date and accurate. So,
thank you. Any other questions for the commissioner? Representative Ebel.
Thank you. I apologize. I'm sort of confused because the governor's budget is different than what you've got in your book, and we don't have a presentation, and maybe I'm not thinking quite clearly after the last 2 days. But so I just want to clarify I want to get the total amount of your request. So the first thing is the generator, which is 260, which doesn't hit the bottom line because it's Fed funds. There's the pre-engineering technology. Hudson, we already took care of. So what's next?
So that's all. In other words, and I can share the presentation with you. I'm sorry,
Yeah, we didn't have
assumed
one.
that you had some of the slides with you. So the only two projects that I have before you are, this is the first one, which is really the generator install over in my Walker building. That's $250,000. And that is federally funded. And then the other one that I have is my pre-engineering technology, which is the $300,000.
Okay. All right, and then the bathrooms, and having visited the ladies' room, I can testify to the fact that they really should be upgraded.
Yes, okay, so here was this is the estimate that I have on the bathroom that I believe was in the DAS's budget, but I will connect with Commissioner Arlinghouse and make sure that it's there, but I believe that this is the updated estimate for that work.
Thank you.
And Commissioner, if you could just mention what was, I assume, one of your number one priorities, the information system that did not make it into the capital budget?
So it did not make it because it didn't need to. So what I did is, again, this is another one of those projects that I believe this is my third go around at it. And, but we were able to obtain a grant from the federal government to allow us to move that project forward. And therefore I didn't need to include it into my capital budget. And that's why, and again, this is some of the timing. So when I was doing my budget, before the governor's phase, I didn't have a grant. And then I got a grant, so then the governor didn't need to put it into his budget because I've already found another mechanism to take care of it. Is really that's the reason why you don't see that carry forward.
Thank you, but it always raises a question when we see, an agency's number one priority not being even considered or talked about at all.
I went out and found somebody else to pay for it. So.
Thank you. Representative Abbott.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner, for taking my question. I just wondered if, as a sort of a follow-up to the Chairman's question, is this in any way relative to House Bill 194, which we voted on yesterday, which was approved by margin, if I have it correctly, 194 to 162.
So can you just refresh my memory? I'm unfamiliar with.
It is student assessment information and data.
So it is not directly connected to that. It would help with that, but it is not directly connected. This is the student information system is really an upgrade in terms of our technology across the state that would really just improve the efficiency of our ability to gather and report information. We will probably save man years of time at the local school district. They're spending quite a bit of time, and then they transmit information to the department. We spend quite a bit of time. It will improve our ability to be responsive to the legislature in terms of information that they might need. And truthfully, it will improve the data security around our student information as well.
Okay, thank you.
And Commissioner and members of the committee, on the consent calendar that we approved yesterday, there is a study committee to look at CTEs, education, and the rest. It has 7 members of the House, assuming that it becomes law. And I did ask that the chair of education make a note that at least one member of public works should be on that study committee because we do fund what is happening in it. So just be aware that one of you may get tapped. But it is, I think, what Commissioner is alluding to about studying the way we go about prioritizing and looking at the technology and educational component of the CTEs from a legislative point of view. Any other questions of the commissioner? Representative Clear.
Yes, speaking of CTEs, I'm wondering, the commissioner, you talked about the Whitefield. Do you know if the Whitefield School District is going to vote next month on a proposal for that, so that if they approved it for some reason, could we consider it in this year's capital budget? Are you aware of that, Commissioner? I don't know.
So actually, Eric Frauworth is on the line. If somebody wants to bring him up, he may know specifically more information. So Eric Frauworth is our CTE director in the state, and I know he was jumping into the call. So if somebody can promote him to be a host. So I do believe that they have an application that they will be bringing to their voters. But I don't know if it's the type of thing that, the runway or the ramp is such that we would then be able to get it in. It would make sense to have it in this budget, or we would stick it into the next budget. And I don't know if Eric, if you want to comment on that.
Sure. Good morning. Thank you. So yes, I'm not sure if Whitefield is going to their March vote. I can certainly find out from our director, Rob Scott. They attempted last year, and I believe they missed the vote by 4 or 5 votes. So it was very close. So that I believe they were working with their architect to see where they could pare down or pare back some of their proposals to bring the budget line item down a little bit further. As you're aware, the locales are responsible for 25% of the construction. And so that's what that had been put on their March last year. If it did get approved this March, I believe it is still, I don't believe they would be able to start this summer. They might be able to start next summer. They are typically, an 18-month process. So we're looking at, for example, Claremont and Newport for next year. January of next year, they would bring their proposal to us for them to be able to start the following summer. So it's a fairly long process once they get the green light. But we could certainly ask Whitefield if they could be available to start in 23 instead of waiting to 24.
Follow up,
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Follow up.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, if you could please provide that any updated information to this committee on that issue. But I also have another question, Mr. Chairman. So assuming and Whitefield for some reason approves it and you're put it in, it sounds like you wouldn't put it in until the next biennium. But my understanding is, and assuming Newport and Claremont voters approve their share, would you still include their CTEs in the next biennium for
That would
consideration?
be correct. Yeah, we would have basically 2 projects coming at you in that next biennium budget, which is really not that's kind of the norm, is that we normally would have 2 that are ready to go.
Okay, all right.
But Commissioner, if I could echo what Representative Cloutier just said, if Whitefield were to have something on the ballot this March and it is approved, I think that it is incumbent upon this committee to at least look at coming up with a portion or all of the state share so that they can begin in 23 rather than waiting on the hope that the next legislature will do something and having a vote rescinded at the top level or something. I just worry about that, and to make sure that we have our share with them when they begin to do the planning and other process.
Yeah, we can absolutely follow up with them. I do know that when we were putting our budget together at that time, they were not prepared in this biennium to be able to go forward, but we'll confirm that if they want to try and accelerate some of that they're going to be able to make that happen.
And I believe town meeting day is the 9th of March, so we should know by then.
Yeah, we'll give them a call today.
Thank you.
All right, yeah, thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions of the commissioner or his staff? Representative Ebel.
Going back to my favorite question about the bathrooms, I just want to make sure we get information on your request to include in our review.
We will make sure that you have them.
Thank you. Whoop, no.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Commissioner. I appreciate you and your staff being here. And as always, we shall see what we can find for you.
Great, thank you so much. Yes, I do know that it's a difficult task.
Members of the committee, the next presentation is not scheduled to start for 5 minutes at 10:45. Remember that the mics are live, so take a minute if you have to get a cup of coffee for those that are at home.
Can we get an update for anybody that wasn't here with the attendance?
Okay. If any of the members who are participating remotely did not answer the roll call when the clerk said that, if they could raise their hand now, so that we know who has been participating in the committee, I would appreciate it.
This is Representative Kolansky, and I do not know how to raise my hand, but I did log in late and did not make the original.
We've got you. Thank you.
Well,
Thank you.
Peterson. I'm not sure if you had Representative Pickford.
Yeah, he did have that, but I don't think that they didn't have Peters.
We see you, Mike. Representative Peterson, okay. Thank you all. It's just much harder to do this than if you're sitting around the room. Oh, you got it raised, Representative Kaczynski. Thank you.
Was that Kolansky or Kaczynski?
Kolansky.
Okay, because you said Kaczynski.
He's here too, somewhere. Okay.
He's not on the call right now.
He's not on right now.
Thought the clerk said he wouldn't have an issue between those two.
I know.
I don't.
I do. That's what he's trying to say.
So when are we starting again, Jim?
10:45.
10:45. So 5 minutes.
It seems there are fewer additional requests than what's in the book.
Right.
Other than,
In the book page, for that, I'm used to seeing
Yeah.
8 or 10 and being narrowed down to 4.
yeah, I don't know what guidance the governor gave to people.
I think that Peter Everett just did a lot more culling before it came to us.
Well, yeah, but he may have told, well, yeah, because that's what went to DAS and that committee. Which is the harder.
I think everyone, yeah, it would appear to me that they were given a harder.
Yeah, and the fact that, while they were preparing the things, the governor had put all capital projects on hold because we didn't know what was going to happen. So, you know, we'll see. I'm sure that there'll be others like education, you know, this one project.
No, it was just like that one, that was like $2.5 million, it just got pulled off the table, I was like, well,
Yeah.
really? How did that happen?
They're making great strides in the portable bathrooms, too, I just want to tell you, so.
Put it in the hallway.
It's funny how that seems to be a big concern, the bathrooms.
I know it was a big concern when we renovated one of the ladies' rooms in the state house.
It's never a concern at the prison.
No.
That's because we have to find them all those,
We have to find
those mulchers and everything else that they clog up with.
My wife came out of a restroom somewhere we were one time, and she said, there's a couch and two really nice overstuffed chairs in there. And I go, I've never been in a men's room that has a couch.
Yeah, no. One more minute, I guess. Well, I got 46.
Okay, I'd like to call the committee back to order at this point. Our next presentation is from the Fish and Game Commission, and I see that the director is up. Welcome to Public Works and Highways, Director Mason. I see you only have one project listed.
Thank you very much, Chairman Graham. Yeah, we only have one project, but for Fish and Game, this is a rather large project. Today, I have with me our immediate past Chief of Inland Fisheries, Jason Smith. And Jason has been working on this project for several years. So I've asked him to present today. I think he has a more detailed background knowledge on this project than I do. Jason?
Fine, whomever you wanted to present in the best possible manner.
Okay, thank you, Representative. As Director Mason said, my name is Jason Smith, and I've been intimately involved in this project in my former role here at Fish and Game. So all of our hatcheries operate under an EPA permit called the NEPDES permit. I'm sure most of you are familiar with. Until this most recent permit that went into effect on January 1st, we never had any numerical values for any nutrients, any quantitative limits in our permit. Our new permit that's been issued by EPA now has numerical values for phosphorus in it. So in order for our facility to maintain compliance with our NEPDES permit issued by EPA, we need to build some sort of wastewater treatment facility to remove nutrients in order to maintain operation of the facility. Powder Mill Hatchery in New Durham is our largest state-owned and operated fish hatchery. It provides fish to about a third of the state. These are brook trout, rainbow trout, and brown trout for recreational angling. And historically, we've also raised every landlocked salmon that's stocked into our large lakes out of this particular facility. So it's a very critical to Fish and Game's mission here to provide these opportunities. And that's why we're trying to move forward. We're making these significant investments in order to continue to operate.
Question from the committee, Representative McConkey.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner and Sir, for taking the question. Could you just run through this? So in the past, are you saying that we had the availability to discharge from your, I don't know what the right term for your aqua, growing directly out into another water source, and now we can't do that any longer? You need to process it and remove these materials. Is that what you're telling me?
That is fundamentally correct, yes.
Okay. Any other? Representative Ebel.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today. So this is a pretty big expenditure. Is there any way to split it up over a longer period of years, or is it sort of an all or nothing thing? And maybe you could just describe a little more what it entails.
So our initial draft EPA permit included a 5-year compliance schedule in it.
And it was kind of modeled after the state revolving funds over at DES for their wastewater program. So this is already a fairly long, drawn out process, and it will have significant timelines. But part of this process, we still have to go into preliminary design and engineering, and then get, you know, a hard number for a cost estimate. And then from there, we'll have a, you know, a scope of services to put out the bid. So this will be a kind of a extended long-term project, and we won't be expending all the funds all up front. And I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if sometimes what we do is we authorize the expenditure of the funding for the engineering and the preliminary scoping, and then we sort of split it up a little bit. So I don't know if there's a number you could give us for that, for just discussion purposes.
And yes, there is. And I believe Director Mason provided you with an updated report from an engineering firm called Gannett Fleming. And in part of that report, there's about $515,000 in that report, if I recall correctly, that is for design and study. That would probably be about a 2-year evaluation. So there would be a window there, and an alternative method to get to where we need to be.
Mr. Shea.
Yeah, thank you, Representative Graham. I just wanted to confirm with the Fish and Game Department that the funding for this project is Fish and Game funds, correct?
Oh, it's gone.
Not general funds.
That would be correct.
Yep. So I just wanted the committee to hear that.
And I did have a question along those same lines, Director. This will be a big chunk of Fish and Game funds repaying this bond. Can the fund absorb that payment as well as keep up with your normal operating costs over the course of the bond and any others that we issue in the future for these same problems?
At this time, yes. This particular biennium budget, we have a very low request going into the general fund. But I don't see that, I'm hoping as we move forward in the future that funding level will go up back to more historical levels than where we are right now. And if that takes place, and if we don't, if we're not having any, I guess, if I don't, any unforeseen issues that would create larger capital demands on the agency, we should be okay.
Thank you. Representative Bunker.
Hi, Director. Thank you for taking my call. Could you remind me, please, what are the revenue sources of the Fish and Game Fund?
License sales,
we operate under U.S. Fish and Wildlife Sport Fish Restoration as well for our federal aid.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the director or his staff?
If I could, one more.
Representative McConkey.
Thank you, Director. This facility, the powder mill is your largest of your hatcheries. Is the EPA, it's a couple, 3 parts, Mr. Chairman, EPA requiring, because of the volume of this facility, that you need to do this? And are you going to have to do similar at your other projects that are smaller in the future?
So this is Jason again. Just to back up a little bit, we're one of the few states that is still operating our hatcheries without any type of numerical values for nutrients. We knew this was coming eventually, but what's kind of accelerated this particular project is the receiving water in which this hatchery discharges as effluent is becoming an impaired water body.
Okay.
So there's been a lot of pressure and put on EPA to make sure that if we continue to operate, that we're going to not have any additional negative impacts to the downstream environment. And as far as the other hatcheries goes, four of our other 5 hatcheries are currently going to be put under what's called a general permit. And those general permits that I saw in draft form still did not have any numerical values for nutrients.
Thank you for that. So it would also, knowing that in the future that something like that may become regulations you need to follow, it would seem to me when you're going through your initial engineering that you'll have a base map for anything else smaller going forward. So would that be true?
That is true, but some of the figures that we provided you, we were kind of under some significant time constraints when we put this capital budget together. And several things that we did not have the ability to do when we put this request is due to COVID. We weren't able to have a site visit with the engineers who updated an older report for the cost. And at that time, we still did not have the numerical values that actually came out in our final permit. So you'll see there's a couple versions of this document to support what we're asking for. And the most recent one is the one that was conducted after we saw what the numerical values in our permit were, and after they had an opportunity to see the site. And, you know, many of you might not be aware of how our facilities operate, but this particular hatchery was built in the 1940s. And when they came to do the site visit, you know, there was some other infrastructure that probably will need to be addressed in order to retrofit the system that we need to put in. So that kind of added to the cost from the initial proposal as well.
Thank you, sir.
Representative Newman.
Yes, Director, I'm just a little confused. I'm going back to the 4.6 million that you're looking for. Did I hear you earlier say, but you haven't gone out to bid yet? So this is a best guesstimate as to what is anticipated to be an expense?
Yeah, it's an engineer's estimate on what the expense will be. In January, it was revised to 5.1.
Okay, could this go higher or could it go lower?
This is Jason, and I think we have a good target as far as what the costs are going to be, but we really won't have a hard figure and a hard value until we really roll the sleeves up and get on site and start doing the design.
Representative Redden.
So I'm looking at a map. So does the Merrimack River flow into the Merrimeeting River flow into the Merrimeeting Lake? Is that the
Nope.
water body, or what's?
Merrimeeting Lake is the water source for this hatchery.
Gotcha.
And at the end of the hatchery and the overflow of the lake forms the Merrimeeting River, which flows through about 11 miles of wetlands and through several impoundments before it reaches Alton Bay.
Ultimately Winnipesaukee. Sorry, follow up. Yeah.
Any further questions of the director and his staff? Mr. Shea.
I'm sorry, Representative Graham. I just want to confirm with the department, what is the amount that they need in their capital budget? The governor's proposed capital budget is $4,615,000. You've mentioned an amount of $5.1 million. So I just wanted to clarify before you leave today so the committee can hear what your request is.
So, like I said, this capital budget proposal was put together with the updated cost estimate of 4.3. There was another 300,000 that was added to that, because as you probably know, that we have to contract through Bureau of Public Works to oversee these projects. So that I think that additional 300,000 was their cost, but since we've been on site, there were some additional costs that weren't available at the time. So I hate to modify a request this late in the game, but we're hoping we can do it for the 4.6, but in reality, after being on site, it may be more towards the 5 million mark.
If, to follow up on that, I would hate to give you 4.6 and come to find out that you gotta wait 2 years to do anything because you don't have enough money. So we need a hard figure to put in this, understanding that it all will be fish and game funds.
Understood. But as I mentioned earlier, there'll be a couple years of design. So I don't know if there would be, obviously I understand your approach and it's really hard to go back for additional funds, but we may know more the next capital budget cycle and be able to provide the committee a more specific number. I think what I'm getting at is, there's a couple of different ways to go about this. And I think ultimately it's up to the committee and the director.
From my perspective, we're not going to up the dollar amount that is in the governor's capital budget proposal. That is up to the committee, but that's my perspective.
Okay.
Representative Newman.
Yes, thank you.
Before we move on to the next presentation.
Yes, thank you. Director, what's the current cost of a fishing license and how many are sold annually? Like how many were sold last year?
So this is Jason again. Representative.
I'm sorry, Jason.
Our fishing license fees are about $45 for a resident fishing license. Non-residents are slightly higher. And this was an odd year because we had, due to everyone being outside and wanting to go fishing, we had kind of a record license sale, but historically we sell about 150,000 licenses per year.
Okay, and if I could just
Representative-
follow up. Yeah, has the fee, the resident fee increased? Or when was the last time it was increased?
We went through a license fee increase back in 2015.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no further questions, Director Jason, thank you very much for being here. And we shall work on the capital budget.
Thank you.
We'll go right into the next presentation from the Liquor Commission. And I see that the chairman is with us.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Joseph Malika. I'm the chairman of the New Hampshire Liquor Commission. And with me is our CFO, Tina Demers. We're happy to be in front of you this morning, and Tina will take you through our capital budget reviews. Thank you.
Good morning, and for the record, as stated, I am Tina Demers. I'm the CFO for the Liquor Commission. We only have one new capital project in front of you today, and it's for $1 million to add to our current Next Gen project. The original request was included for supplemental funding for the project. At that time, we didn't know if we would need the money, but since then, it has been determined that we need the funding to add additional Meraki access points to get Wi-Fi in our stores. That's $250,000. $400,000 for wireless scanners to support our inventory so that the retail store clerks and employees can scan the inventory. And we need $50,000 to replace the office printers with scanners to coordinate with the new POS system that we're putting in place. We know that this time was to present new capital requests. However, because this request relates to a current project, we thought it would be prudent to bring in front of you our lapse date extensions. And if you would like, we can go through those now.
Go ahead.
So on page 3 to 6, you'll see the Next Gen project. We provided you the original request, the background, and the current status of the project. Because you have it in front of you and had time to review it, we won't go through all of the pages, but we would be happy to answer any questions that you have on the project. Okay, if there are none, then on page 7 to 8, the next lapse date extension we're asking for is for our Hampton stores. Again, we provided you all of the information on the background and where the project is today, and we would be happy to answer any questions you have on that project.
If we could hold off on the lapse extensions, there will be a separate meeting of subcommittee of the committee to look at all of the lapse extensions, to which you will be invited.
Okay. And I just want to make one note that all of the debt that's associated with the projects are liquor funded. We have them in our budget.
So if I look at it from what you said earlier, all you're asking for this year is in a capital appropriation is the $1 million.
That is correct.
Correct.
That's less than I've ever received from you guys.
Well, with revenues being up 5.3% or 26.7 million, I think we appreciate that.
That I know. Representative Abbott, question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I just would ask the standard question. Has this request been run through the IT department?
Yes, we're working closely with DOIT and DAS on this project.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Evil.
As long as you're here, I wondered if you could share any comments or thoughts on the recent audit report.
All I can say, Representative, is that we're always grateful for any type of audit that we get at the commission, because we feel that it makes us a better business, and we're working forward. We have the meeting set in March, and we're very confident that the committee will be very happy with the progress that the commission makes in that period of time. We don't look at this as anything negative. Unfortunately, audits happen, and they look at a certain segment of time, and the commission has grown well beyond that since that period of time. And I think that the business running the way it is and as profitable as it has been, there's going to be growing pains as you go through those types of things. And like anything else that has been brought before us in the last 10 years, we will overcome that, and we'll make sure that we're where we need to be as far as compliance is concerned.
Any further questions?
I do to wrap up.
Representative McConkey.
Thank you. And my question will be a little easier. So we saw revenue numbers projected, and they're favorable through this last year with COVID and so forth, for whatever reasons. When are you going to bring back our 2 times a year discount for liquor sales? You were telling me they have no control over it, and I was hoping to discuss it with you today.
Well, Representative, thank you for the question. Obviously, the Liquor Commission is statutorily obligated to make a profit and be as profitable as we can be. And through our research, we have found that those types of sales, they drive sales, but they do not drive net profit. So what we found in going with a monthly sale, a category sale like you're seeing us do now, with a 15 or 20% discount, tends to be more profitable for the commission and thus more profitable for the general fund. So I do not think, unfortunately, for the question that you've raised, that you'll see those types of sales come back in the near future.
We're crushed. Yeah, we are crushed. All right, Merry Christmas. Thank you, though.
Any other pertinent questions about the capital projects of the Liquor Commission? Seeing none, thank you, Chairman. And your staff, we appreciate you coming forward. So we will work to finalize the capital budget.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Your time is greatly appreciated. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, while I will send this out to the members of the committee. As you looked at the calendar that came out last night, hopefully some of you have looked at it. We will be meeting on the 5th of March to hear more presentations that will be completely remote. There will not be anybody in the committee room. On the 10th of March, we will finish up committee presentations completely remotely. That will appear in a future calendar, and begin to look at some of what we want to do with the capital budget in a full committee work session on that same day. On the 12th of March, Representative Jack will be chairing the lapse extension work session. I have asked Mr. Shea to send that link out for that to all members, even if you didn't sign up to be on it, if you want to chime in and participate with that.
Is that also going to be completely remote?
It's completely remote.
Thank you.
The following 2 weeks are up in the air because I do not know how many session days there will be. After the number of bills that we kicked yesterday to the next session, we have a hard deadline of the 18th of March. I know that the speaker is working hard on trying to determine how many days that week we will meet. But I don't have an answer to that at this point. That will impact on when committees can meet, because the very next week is the hard deadline for all bills that went to a second committee this past Wednesday. So I'm trying to work out when we can have the formal public hearing on House Bill 25, which I signed off on yesterday. You will be getting a hard copy, I believe, Mr. Shea, of that sometime in the near future. It essentially mirrors what was in the governor's proposal with a couple of changes. I'm still trying to figure out, in conjunction with the speaker in his office, whether or not that public hearing and any subsequent work sessions and executive sessions can be held completely remote or not. As you can imagine, with 20 committees trying to finish their work in a very short couple of 3 weeks, room space due to COVID is very tight. I will hopefully know by Monday anything for those following 2 weeks after the 12th of March on where we're going and what we have. I will keep the committee informed, and for the public who is listening, all of that will also appear obviously in the calendar. And with that, I didn't quite time this all out. Our next presentation is not until 1 o'clock, as it says in the calendar. Does any member of the committee have a comment or a question at this point? Seeing none, we are in recess until 1 p.m. And we have 2 committees to hear from, one of which was alluded to by Fish and Game, DES, and the other one is Department of Corrections. And Mr. Shea has his hand up. Or had it up.
I'm sorry, Representative Graham. I didn't know if you were going to say anything more. I just wanted to confirm, yes. I'll work with Brad, and a hard copy of House Bill 25 will be provided to the committee, along with, for those members that have been on the committee in the past, the compare sheet that we fill out. So there'll be a list of all the projects that are in the House Bill 25, and then what the governor's recommended amount is, and then there'll be empty space for the house to fill in their ideas or what they want to do. And I will also send out a lapse extension worksheet as well. So everybody will get all that, because I'm not sure who will end up participating at the lapse extension meetings. But so I just wanted to let the committee know that you will get some paper from me in the next few days anyways. So it'll probably be about a week before you actually see it by the time the mail gets to you. But once House Bill 25 is available to make copies of and create those documents I just described to you, we'll get them copied and in the mail to you. So I hope hopefully by Monday.
And Mr. Shea, you will also be sending those worksheet, compare sheets out electronically, I believe.
Oh, absolutely. Everything will go out electronically as well. And will be found on our website. So that if you don't get the mail in time, it will be available to at least have it electronically. And when I send it to you, I'll send it to you in Excel so that you can,
Thank you.
adjust it with calculations that you might want to put in there. I will also put it in a PDF file too, for those members that find it easier to print a PDF file.
You do good work, Mr. Shea.
I'm trying.
All right, the committee will stand in recess until 1 p.m. Sorry about the long break, but it happened, as I'm sure the former chairs here will testify.
Absolutely.
Thank you all.
Never this long, sir.
many of them told me that they were honestly really disappointed in the fact that this minimum wage piece apparently is not going to make it
I'd like to call the Public Works and Highways Committee back to order. This afternoon, we'll continue with hearing presentations by various state agencies. The next one up is the Department of Environmental Services. Who do we have?
Robert Scott, who's on.
Mr. Scott, welcome.
Well, welcome. Thank you for having us, Mr. Chair. I didn't see who was speaking. I assume it's the chair. And thank you. So I want to draw your attention to, we do have a PowerPoint that was provided to you. If the committee would desire, we could try to get it up on the screen, or first, that'd be my first question. Would you like it on the screen, or I can just talk to it?
A variety of the members, because it came in while we were in the last 2 days of session, have not had the opportunity to look at it. So if you could bring it up, and whomever else on your staff needs to chime in, have them just identify themselves so we know who it is before they start.
Okay, we will do that. So I don't know if Chris, you can do that, or I know Sue Carlson's waiting to do that if that's an issue. But while we're
Commissioner, I can bring it up if you would like, or if Sue would like me to bring it up.
Go ahead, Chris.
Just 1 second.
So while we're bringing that up, I'll introduce some of my key staff that are on. Sue Carlson is our Chief Operating Officer, and I suppose I should start. I guess you introduced just me anyways. I'm Bob Scott. I'm the Commissioner for Department of Environmental Services. So Sue Carlson is our Chief Operating Officer. We also have on is Tom O'Donovan, who is the Director of our Water Division, Mike Wimsat, who is the Director of our Waste Management Division, and Craig Wright, who is the Director of our Air Resources Division. We also have some key staff available who are on. In particular, Jim Gallagher, who's the head of our Dam Bureau. I jokingly call him our dam engineer. So that's as funny as it gets. So with that, and now we're on the screen. Thank you, Chris. Again, I'll run through our slides, and obviously we're happy to answer any and all of your questions. So going to the next slide. Thank you. So what you see here is our summary of our 22-23 capital budget requests. We're showing you what we asked for and what is presented in the governor's request to you. As the table shows, we've gotten a little bit less than we asked for. We have small reductions in our state revolving loan matching funds for both clean water and drinking water, and removal of an item for our water quality, our coastal flood item that you see there, number 6. We're not asking for any increases beyond what the governor has requested, and we'll be able to, in the following slides, we'll detail the 5 items that are being requested through the governor's budget, excuse me. So Chris, if you can go to the next one, thank you. So as I'm sure you're aware, one of the large items typically in the capital budget in one of our responsibilities is maintenance of dams in the state, state-owned dams. We have, in this case, we have an $8.1 million request to do several major components to that type of work. So on 8 dams is repair and reconstruction work. We have engineering and design work that needs to be done on several dams in preparation for the final actual spade work, so to speak. Hydrological work on 3 dams, and very importantly, an asset management plan work to be done as we do, which I'll talk about in a moment, to assess where we are for our dams. So with that, we'll move. Chris is already moving me ahead. That's good. Thank you for that. Running through these just to give you an idea of the dams that we're talking about. The Winnipesaukee River watershed needs hydrologic and hydraulic evaluations. and as part of their new emergency action plans for the dam, which is a federal requirement. Again, the typical work we're doing involves dams that have a relatively high impact to downstream, so high hazard dams, that type of activity. Again, we can talk to that also. As you see here, we have work from Mendham's Pond and Pawtuckaway Lake dams, Merry Meeting River dams, which are 3 Fish and Game owned dams surrounding Merry Meeting Lake. And they all need a feasibility study to determine the cost and effort needed to bring them into safety compliance with safety requirements. The last issue item here, and it's not by priority by any means, is an asset management plan. So one thing I do want to alert the legislators on the call here is obviously we spent a lot of time assessing the condition of our dams to figure out what work needs to be done and making sure they're safe for obvious reasons. It's important for us to be able to spend a little bit more time to get an asset management plan in place and work done on that end. So of the 274 state-owned dams, we don't, even though we have looked at them, we don't have a complete comprehensive management plan for all the dams, and that includes an assessment of their condition. So I guess what I want to, as a takeaway for you all, not in this budget, but the bad news is the more we look at the condition of our dams, on average, they're, we're talking over 100 years for many of these dams. We're finding more and more work needs to be done. This asset management plan and that work will help us quantify that a little bit better. So I don't have a great story saying the costs are going to go down, but it's critical work, and obviously we need to have a better handle on what that will mean moving forward. So that's what that asset management plan line item is, by the way. So if we go to the next slide, Chris, thank you.
I do have one question on that last slide.
Yes, sir.
Merry Meeting River dams. We heard this morning from Fish and Game about their hatchery that either feeds off of that or feeds into it. I forget which way it went. Is this being planned in conjunction with the work that they are undertaking to control the phosphorus that's coming out of their hatchery?
It's not directly related. So as you're aware, the Powder Mill hatchery, again, at the design at the time made a lot of sense, but unfortunately it takes up almost 100% of the water body as it flows through the hatchery, and the impact of the fish are having an impact, and there's a federal EPA permitting issue that's going on with that. So short answer is no, these aren't directly related. Not to be flippant about it, but I guess if the dams were to let go, that would wash away the problem, but I don't think anybody wants that, but they're not directly related. So.
Okay, thank you.
Having said that, we're very involved with Fish and Game and trying to help them on that issue, by the way. So that's important to us too in the state, as you know. So the next slide is our One Stop is the name we've given our collection of databases. So we have a lot of regulatory programs, a lot of environmental results programs, what's your water quality, that type of thing, in the agency. So over 20 years out of hide, so to speak, we've kind of kludged together electronic means to access these type of systems, including to some extent permitting. That is a fairly, it was necessary, and it's important to many people, including us, the regulated community, and just the general citizenry. It's very outdated, and probably you got my tone by saying they were kludged together. So what we're finding is that's not real sustainable right now. So as an example, a little over a year ago, we had DOIT had one of their contractors was looking at the system, found that even the coding for some of these databases created cybersecurity issues which could easily compromise all the data in the systems. So we were forced to pull that system down, that collection of systems down. So I guess the good news to that was it did have the impact of clearly demonstrating how important this is to everybody. So we instantly got calls from many people expressing concerns about it and when can we get it back up. So, again, there's always a silver lining, I suppose, but that really helped reinforce with us how important this work is. So with that, we have a line item here to help work on that. It's really critical in my mind in order to keep us as customer service friendly as possible and as effective as possible too. As you may imagine, again, good news, bad news. Once we get to a point where people are working on their applications for permits or licensing, that type of thing online, that there's rightly so an expectation that we keep doing those type of things, and we totally agree. But as you, I'm sure, are aware, that takes resources. The last item on this, the last bullet on this slide is our air monitoring station. So we are also, I mentioned environmental data. We monitor air pollution levels, which thankfully have gotten better and better, by the way, in the state, throughout the state. And that is intended to be an automated system. We actually have, during certain times of the year when we have air quality issues, we have systems so that can be viewed by the public so they can make judgment calls. For instance, do I go hiking today, that type of thing. And we have statutory requirements from the feds, the EPA, of getting that data to the federal system also. So this would help with upgrading that. The station equipment generally is over 10 years old, that all of it that we're talking about, and it's hard to find replacement parts, and it's failing in different aspects. So that's the other part of that last bullet there. So Chris, if we can go to the next slide. So this part of the budget request is for the state match for both clean water and drinking water state revolving loan funds. Most of you are probably aware of that. Drinking water obviously is self-explanatory. Clean water, for those who aren't initiated with that, think wastewater and sewer type things. So it's to get the water cleaner. But right now the state's required to do a 20% match. The good news is both for clean water and for drinking water, it's really a force multiplier in order to get federal funds in. So again, as the last bullet shows, that those funds will provide match for $60 million in federal funds, which by and large go to the municipalities. Again, it's a low interest loan program with the potential for loan forgiveness. And it really enables a lot of municipalities to do the work that they need to do for their citizens. So it's, again, the good news, bad news story, as always, is these programs are oversubscribed. And we're hearing inklings that there may be, depending on what happens in Congress, more funds coming in, but we've had nothing to verify that yet. So that's not before us at the moment. So Chris, the final slide. So the Winnipesaukee River Basin Program. So that's, for those who aren't familiar with that, that is a regional wastewater treatment facility that is owned and operated by the state of New Hampshire. We have staff there and operators there. It is funded through 10 communities, ranging from Meredith to Franklin. And so that is not a general fund request for capital budget monies. But it is certainly funded by those participating municipalities and entities, and much similar to most facilities. The certain parts of the facility are over 40 years old and need replacing. There's a board that helps guide the agency in making decisions on the future of the plant and how it's operated and investments. That advisory board fully supports these requests. And again, it will be funded through, I talked about Clean Water SRF, state revolving loans, and paid back through the assessments of the communities again. So this will be funded for the users in this case. So with that, and again, we're just trying to give you a brief overview. We're happy to answer questions. Again, I have some key staff here also if we end up, if you get beyond my ability or Sue's, which you could easily get beyond my ability to answer questions perhaps, but I'm going to guess probably not Sue Carlson's. But in either case, we have staff here available for you also.
Thank you, Commissioner. Representative Jack.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me all right from here? People have had trouble with that. Okay, first of all, I was delighted to hear you use the word kludge. Secondly, going back to the one-stop system, are you coordinating with DOIT so that you're harmonizing your development with the direction that they go?
Every day, yes, absolutely. They are a key part of this. They actually have a group that actually resides in the building here. Well, they share the greater building, but they have a group that are integrated with our staff and work with us on a daily basis for that very reason. No, we don't do this without them.
Thank you. That's great to hear.
Representative McConkey.
Thank you, Commissioner and others. I'm viewing a screen from 30 feet away, so I apologize. First of all, I've got to thank you, Jim Gallagher and his crew. The job they did on the Ossipee Lake work for our dam was just exceptional. Crews worked extremely well with the town, and we never had any fluctuation whatsoever of our lake. So I can't say enough about that. That kind of ends my nice thoughts here. So I have a couple more questions. So if you could help, Mr. Chairman, if it's okay, on the one-stop program, which has been absolutely wonderful over the years, a single source, a place to go to find information, and I have occasion to use it myself almost on a daily basis. When the program went down, when the website shut down, I was disappointed how long it took to bring subsurface back on, but I'm going to move beyond that. So subsurface works inside One Stop, or is the subsurface website separate from One Stop?
Thank you, Representative. So it's a component of the One Stop, as I mentioned. That's why I use the word kludge. So we have these individual systems that were created, and the One Stop is the connectivity, if you will, for that. And again, I know you said you'd move past that, but the system being down was not desirable from anyone, trust me. But again, to give you an idea of that, so the coding, the SQL coding that was done in those systems was the problem. So we were in a mode where really, so all that was so antiquated that they had to recode all those systems to get those back up and running, so they wouldn't be causing the problem they were. So that's the how far in, if you will, the problems were. So that's why it took so long. So our hope is obviously never to be in that position again, which is why one of the reasons why we're asking for these funds.
If I can follow up, and thank you and all the people in IT that worked on that. So subsurface are able to process payments directly, but wetlands and others, Natural Heritage Bureau and others do not have that. And it makes it much harder to do business, and it causes delays. And any part of this $5 million investment, is wetlands going to be able to start processing applications through similar to subsurface? And will you, in the near future, be able to process payments for wetlands?
Certainly, that is the goal for all our programs that have that type of functionality. So that is definitely our goal. your last question was what, the timing? Is that correct, Representative?
Yes, please.
Yeah, so I don't have visibility into that. My experience is, again, we work very closely with DOIT. Sometimes we contract some of the work out, and obviously the program staff have to spend a lot of time involved with this. My experience is I don't trust estimates, meaning they're typically a lot longer. So, my experience is it takes longer than we are told and longer than we expect. I'd be very hesitant to make any promises, though it is higher on our priority list.
Thank you. And one more, if I could, Mr. Chairman.
Last one.
Yep, thank you. I understand, or I hear, that the department is about to change companies that process online payments in the next month or two. And if that is the case, if you could just tell me if it is or isn't going to happen. And number two, are you assured when this happens that it'll be a seamless and not a long downtime between vendors?
So a couple things. First of all, the department is doing that, but it's statewide. It's not, the department did not direct this. So this is the credit card vendor. And my understanding is that the time frame for that was extended for another 6 months to ensure that there would be an orderly transition, if you will. And we have people working on that coding as we speak. So that's our intention. And I think the 6-month extension, if you will help that.
Thank you for your time, sir.
Representative Edgar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Commissioner, for addressing my questions. There were 2 matching funds which were decreased from your request. The governor decreased them. You seem to indicate that these type of funds are oversubscribed. There's a lot of requests for them. What's the effect of not funding it to the amount that you requested?
Yeah, so again, it's not an ideal, the fact that they've made some cuts there, but we do think it's workable. So if it's all right, Mr. Chair, I'll ask Sue Carlson, our Chief Operating Officer, to opine a little bit on that.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon. This is Susan Carlson speaking. Yes, what I refer to as the haircut we got on our clean water and drinking water SRF grants. What it does is it will delay our request to get the FY23 federal grant money in the door until July of state fiscal year 24. So what it does, it delays our ability to get that year's grant, but it doesn't eliminate our ability to get it. Does that help?
Okay, if you're asking me, I assume that the, Mr. Chairman, if I can continue?
Yeah.
I assume you're going to be able to get the request in, but is it just going to be less?
What is going to happen is, because the federal government is a little behind in their budgets, we live on a time frame when they announce that we can apply for the awards. Once they announce that application period, we only have a set number of months to file the application. So what we will end up doing is, if we have insufficient funds, and let me give you an example. Let's say they're willing to, the formula says they're willing to award us $15 million, and we don't have enough match money on the books to match the 15. We can either do one of two things. We can either apply for less than the 15 million and apply only for what we have match for, or we can delay the application until we receive a second capital appropriation in the next biennium and apply for the full 15. So we will do whatever it is possible for us to do in order to get the maximum money we can from the SRF program.
And if I could, Sue, if you could tell me if I'm correct, this type of ebb and flow, small amount of changes in the match is not, if we look historically, that's Sometimes it's less, sometimes we end up making up, ultimately we have to make up for it in the future budgets. So that's not totally unheard of what we're seeing today, correct?
Yeah, the commissioner is absolutely correct. When we submit these capital budget requests, we estimate what we think the federal grant award is going to be for us for the next 2 years. Sometimes, like we have right now, we estimated low for FY 21 and 22, for 2021. So approximately $2 million of this request for 22-23 is to allow us to get the federal fiscal year 21 grant in the door. Once this is approved, we have, if this capital budget is approved by June 30th, on July 1st, we will apply for the FY 21 grant of $15.8 million. And we will be in the last 3 months of the application period, and that allows us to apply for these funds. Other years we have done this, we have overestimated the grant request and ended up cutting back on our grant awards. Our history of capital appropriations, as the commissioner said, has ebbed and flowed depending on, what we are given for appropriations for match. One of the things that you should be aware of is that the federal government does not allow us to even apply for the funds until we have match on the books.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, could I ask one more question? On the slide that's right in front of us, number 6 is the water quality and coastal flooding. There was no explanation of that in the book because you didn't, put it in. Could you explain that a little bit, please?
Certainly. So the items in there were a new database, or $150,000 for a new database for our limnology lab, $344,000 for statewide testing for toxicants in fish and shellfish, $53,000 for a new mercury analyzer, and $350,000 for coastal flooding modeling. So hopefully that adds up to $844,000, I think.
Okay, if I could, Mr. Chairman, these items, they seem like in some ways fairly important with some of the work that's going on now with the coastal studies. I assume that you originally asked for it because you felt you needed it. Could you still use it?
Of course, yes. Yeah, we would never have asked for it if we didn't feel we needed it, but that's correct. So having said that, we are not unhappy with the current budget request, given the world we live in now. We're happy to get anything, to be blunt. So
thank you very much.
This Commissioner, if you or one of your staff could give us in writing what you just said about that item, I think members of the committee would like to look at it as we begin our deliberations.
We can do that, absolutely.
Representative Ebel.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioner. Thank you very much for being here and for all the great work you folks do. I have a soft spot in my heart for the Solid Waste Bureau, so I want to give them a shout out. I have a couple of questions, if that's all right, Mr. Chair. The first one is just with respect to dams. When you do your asset management, do you also look at whether the dams continue to be needed, because they do cost to, they take money to maintain, and also in some cases our water would be better off without being dammed. So I just wondered if you could speak to that, or if your dam engineer could.
All right. Well, thank you for that, Representative Ebel. So yeah, I'll pass off to whoever wants it, either Tom O'Donovan or Jim Gallagher. But I will say, as certainly those two on my staff know, that's a question I keep asking too, right? So we have a very large number of dams in the state, collectively, not all, most, only a minority of those are state-owned. And, a question wouldn't it be better money spent to get rid of the dam than to go through these cycles where you have to put millions of dollars in to keep them in the condition they need to be? I will say that's easier said than done. Two things: it costs a lot more money generally to remove a dam than to fix, depending on what's going on up front. Though I think a case could be made that long term is cheaper. And of course, the secondary issue to that is there are many people who, for instance, if I was lucky enough to have a home on that water body and you remove the dam and I suddenly don't have a home on the water body, people get upset, if you will. So, so those type of changes are controversial often also. So with that, I don't know, Tom, do you want to take that or do you want Jim to take it?
Sure, thanks, Commissioner. I'll take that because it's actually a multi-bureau question. So the answer to your question, Representative, as the Commissioner just laid, is absolutely. We look at each dam as we do the overall review of that dam to see whether removal is a possibility. Generally, on a large dam like the one holding Lake Ospey that Representative McConkey mentioned, obviously that's not an option. But in many cases, out of the 270 plus that we own, it is something to be very seriously considered when we look at it. We do have a very successful, relative both regionally and nationally, dam removal program. We're averaging about one a year or so. And some of them have been enormous success stories like Salmon Mills removal that involved almost 15 years of work to get two dams out that were integrated into a mill complex and has now resulted in substantial improvements to those waters. So there's a short answer that involves both water quality, water biology, and the dams themselves.
And if I could add, my name is Jim Gallagher, and I'm chief of the Dam Bureau. We do that evaluation. We're faced with any repair project. Any project needs to be repaired. We also look at that option of removal, and we have removed some state-owned dams in the past 15 years. Bunker Pond in Epping was removed. It did have a couple homes on it, but they got flooded during the 2005 and 2006 floods, and they were glad to have that out because the impoundment itself caused flooding on their property. The Buck Street Dam in Allenstown in Pembroke was another dam a state-owned dam that we removed. And it would certainly be a component of the asset management plan is to take a look at dams that don't serve any useful purpose as candidates for removal because the life cycle costs of removing these dams are less than the life cycle cost of maintaining them. And I just also want to point out that one of the specific line items was to look at the dams on the Merrymeeting River. And these are 3 fish and game dams. This Merrymeeting Lake is one. Jones Pond, which is just downstream, is another. And the third is what we call Alton Power Dam. It used to have a power component to it. All these dams are owned by Fish and Game. And in that evaluation that we're going to be doing is we'll be looking at the feasibility of removing 1 or 2 of them. I don't think we'll be removing Merrymeeting Lake for the reasons the director said. It has a huge recreation component. It's also the water source for the hatchery. But Jones Pond in particular cannot meet dam safety standards, and that would be a good candidate for removal. But it is, as the director pointed out, there are issues that we would have to address with the community, but that would be part of that evaluation for those Merrymeeting dams.
Thank you very much. I have another question, Mr. Chairman, if that's all right.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. So in the last budget cycle, or this $50 million was, allowed for bonding for PFAS matters, which made us, of course, we always watch our bonding levels. Could you explain a little bit more to the committee about that? Because we weren't really involved in the discussions, and you can say a little bit about it. I think it would be helpful for us.
Sure, thank you, Representative. And again, I'll give her a couple-minute warning that I'll probably hand off to Sue Carlson again. Yes, so there was last biennium, there was a bill passed to grant bonding of up to $50 million for the department to run a loan fund for regarding water system impacts due to PFAS contamination. So we have rules that are recently promulgated on that. We do have a couple requests just recently came in to utilize that new program for the bonding, and that's what I'll ask Sue Carlson about. The bonding itself actually hasn't happened yet, and I think it's important for the committee to understand. Obviously, a lot of discussion on that bill was on bond rating, and the state treasurer was involved in those discussions also. We don't see it so far. No bonding has happened for that, and to the extent it does, it wouldn't be a $50 million bond. It would be to cover as this program moves forward. So if you could add a little bit more texture to that.
Yes. Excuse me. Yeah, the bill that was passed last year obviously allows the state to bond $50 million for the PFAS loan program. We have worked very closely with the state treasurer's office and the state controller in determining how to do that bonding. The decision has been made that they will bond as they do every other capital project, which is we tend to bond, the state bonds after the fact. So after we have spent the dollars, they will then bond whatever portion that we have spent of our 50 million cap for that. Also, just for your own, knowledge, is built into that statute is a section that says if and when we have a lawsuit against the manufacturers of PFAS, and if and when the state is successful in that lawsuit, then the state will be reimbursed for any costs associated with the bonding.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions for DES? I do have one on slide 3, Commissioner, on dams that you intend to work on. Is that your priority list, or it's just a list of the dams you hope to get to?
I will, again, if Jim Gallagher can correct me if I'm wrong, it's not a priority list per se. And you'll note that, I believe it's a footnote too, that, heaven forbid, for instance, pick any one of these. If it happened to be the Sunset Dam was our priority at the moment, but the Jones Pond Dam, as we looked at it, was, an imminent threat to life and property, we would readjust our priorities, if you will, on the fly for obvious reasons. So, Jim, can you add to any of that, or did I get close enough?
That's absolutely correct, Commissioner. This is a group that certainly has a priority now based on their condition in terms of our entire inventory, 274 state-owned dams. But just as the Commissioner has said, we've had the experience before where a dam that's not even on this list has developed a problem that needed to be addressed. Mendham's Pond in Barrington was such an example where we had a couple 3 dams that we were going to be getting at that biennium, but that dam was showing real signs of distress. Seepage was flowing through the dam and carrying material out from in the interior of the dam, and so we had to redirect our work to address that very important dam, that high hazard dam. It was also an important recreational resource. UNH's recreation areas on there, as well as a number of other residences. So that happens, and we've had a footnote on our capital budget, which allows us to do that, to reprioritize projects if the need arises.
Thank you. And you mentioned that 3 of the dams that you are looking at are owned by a different agency. Are you going to get money from them for the work, or are we going to continue to do it with general fund bonds?
we have been doing work on fish and game dams, taking we have daily operation and maintenance responsibility for those fish and game dams. Department of Transportation, Department of Natural and Cultural Resources, they have their own dams, and work that we do is largely funded by those agencies. But in most cases, not all cases, but in most cases, the work done on some fish and game dams are done under our capital budget requests.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none. Commissioner, you have any final comments?
No, just thank you. And again, Mr. Chair, we'll get you that listing of the items that were not in the governor's budget request.
Thank you. And with that, committee, we have about 7 minutes until the next presentation. So the committee is in recess until 1:45. Thank you.
I did find some of those notes from Chris.
Coming back.
Back up.
Audio is up.
Call the Public Works and Highways Committee back into session. Next presentation for the capital budget is from the Department of Corrections, and I see that the commissioner is with us already. Welcome, Public Works Commissioner.
Thank you, sir. I apologize if there was some confusion of whether I was supposed to be physically there or virtually here, but regardless, I am here. For those who I haven't had the pleasure of meeting, my name is Helen Hanks. I am the Commissioner of the Department of Corrections, and the green shirt and tie behind me is Jonathan Hansen, our Administrative Logistics, who will help co-facilitate this presentation. I'm going to attempt to share my screen, not my email. Can you see that?
Beautiful.
Fantastic. Job well done on first slide. Moving on, we are the Department of Corrections. On the second page of the presentation, you'll see we tried to show you what was proposed in the governor's portion of the capital budget, and then the other projects that were not included in the proposed funding to help give an overall ask of what the agency was projecting for need. At this point, I'm going to let John Hansen go into the detail slides and help support him along the way, but he doesn't usually need much support, and then dive in whenever you need me back.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good afternoon, committee. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. On the first slide, you'll see that we have a project to replace the existing air handlers and ductwork installed in the medium custody north and south. Oh, there's your mouse. Sorry. I thought I was doing it on the other screen. In that slide, you're going to see the ductwork in the medium custody north-south unit within the New Hampshire State Prison in Concord. That's rusted and decayed to the point where it's actually fallen down the chaseway. This unit was built for actually, we have two of them identical, 285 inmates total. We're currently when the population's up, we're housing 570 people in there. So these air handlers were running constant 24/7, 365 since 1983. The ductwork is put in a chaseway, which is also where the plumbing and some other materials are, and that's why it's created some corrosion the way that you see there. So we are asking for this money to redo the entire HVAC system, the heating and venting ductwork in the back of that facility. All set? That was actually priority number 2 for us on the governor's. It's priority number 1. Number 2, governor's priority number 2. This project is to replace 3 Cleaver Brooks 350 horsepower boilers originally installed in the big renovations in 1983. These are large boilers that typically have a life expectancy of approximately 30 years. We've gotten 39 to 40 years out of them. We've been able to keep these operational, but they run, again, 365, 24/7, 365 to supply steam for the laundry and the kitchen operations. We do not shut these boilers down. And in the wintertime, they go to high fire and supply heat for the entire facility of approximately 400,000 square feet. This project will decrease the state's utility consumption with modern boilers. The next one down the list, governor's number 3, our number 5. This is the existing door control systems and programmable logic controllers at NCF. They have reached their life expectancy, and by 2022, they will be needed to be replaced, and we will no longer be able to get the parts that we need to operate that system. And a modern system will use a different type of electronics, and it will decrease the state's utility consumption. Project number 4, for those of you familiar, the front part of the prison was built in 1878. We utilize the north and the south wings as areas for education, for medical, etc. There are heater coils. These are old copper type heater coils and aluminum. They're beyond repair and leak into the south wings of the facility. The department is currently soldering the leaks as they appear. And we're diverting water through normal drip pans and drains. But this stopgap measure will eventually become ineffective and has already. This project will decrease the state's utility consumption. Next project, our project number 1, Governor's number 5. This is the perimeter detection systems at the Northern Correctional Facility in Berlin. It's now 21 years old and needs continuous upgrades to remain fully functional. The existing detection systems uses outdated technologies, difficult to maintain as they are located in fenced areas with razor wire. The drainage systems that were part of the original fence detection systems now have sunken, created sinkholes around the secure perimeter that have required the DOC to fill them in with flowable fill, but only as a temporary fix. In order to maintain all those sensors, the drainage systems need to be rebuilt and the security fence system reset into a dig barrier. This project with the new technology will decrease the state's utility consumption. Down the line, you'll see a picture here of what's called it's a muffin monster or a sewer grinder. Muffin Monster is the brand name. This is a request by the city of Concord. This was a temporary location put in 1982 to put this actually almost within McGuire Street, which is the road leading down to the old Concord Electric and that area towards the smokestack buildings. So they've requested that we relocate this into a heated building and add an auger. That's typical for an operation like us because there's a number of things that get flushed down the system. And all of that ends up going to Hall Street, which is the wastewater treatment plant, unless we stop it. So the project will combine 3 sewer lines leading from the Concord prison into one line, making it more efficient and reduce the amount of plug-ups within their sewer lines. This project will have no effect on the state's utility consumption. And we are down to the roofs. The roofs on the Hancock and the Industries building, as you can see from an aerial slide there, those have begun to leak. These are 30 years old and need a replacement. We use a 30-year roof now, which is warranted, and this is obviously going to be what's going to be replaced here. This should have no effect on the state's utility consumption unless we're able to add some hard insulation board to those roofs. So those are, in fact, the 8 that were in the capital budget that the governor produced. Commissioner, do you want me to continue with the remaining ones?
I would prefer that we stop for a minute and ask if any of the members have questions on the projects that were proposed in the governor's capital improvement plan before we move on to additional asks from the department. Does any Representative Newman?
Yes, thank you. I'm concerned on the, let me see, on the perimeter security that got bounced to number 5 from the governor's office, and you had it as number 1. Could you just give me some background to help me understand why you had it as 1, but apparently it did not get sold to the governor as that?
Sure. So that's a perimeter security that comes with the initial facility that was completed in 2000. What we found over the last 5 or 6 years is a number of components in that system which fail. It has a very old computer connectivity back to the fence line itself. And then beyond that, we had these unsuspected sinkholes along the edge of the perimeter fence, which was a double whammy because now not only can we not detect it, but we have places where there's voids. The good news is, as you can probably imagine, our own forces, our own electronic shops, and our own maintenance techs are constantly staying on top of this. We have a perimeter security patrol around the building all night long, 24/7. So we're confident that we have a system in place, but clearly we need to upgrade that, and that's why that was our number 1.
And Representative Newman, I don't think it would be fair to ask the commissioner or any of her staff to try to guess why the governor would move things around in a priority list. They do work for him, so I wouldn't ask him to do that.
All right, I just was concerned that, nothing, that's fine, thank you.
Representative Ebel. Right. You there?
Here. Yes, I'm here. I have so many things I have to do at once. I wondered if I could, if you could talk to us about the HVAC system and if it is, I mean, it almost looks like it's not functioning very well. And we've heard so much about HVAC and COVID and anyway, whatever you have to say.
Thank you, Representative Abel. So this item has been before the committee in the past. It does not surprise me that it's at least on the list to Representative Newman's question. And yes, we were mindful because of COVID. We had a third-party contractor come in and test the air quality in both of those units. And again, they said it was still livable, but cautioned us that it needed to be replaced. And so again, while you're seeing it on the list of items that I would hope to see continued support for, it would become problematic if it continues in the situation it's in, especially in light of the COVID-19 situation and other potential airborne infectious diseases. But at this time, we'll continue to use that third-party entity to come in and continue to monitor the air quality so we can ensure life safety in those units in the meantime.
Follow up, Mr. Chair.
Certainly.
So will it have its own internal filtration system or how will that work?
Yes, the representative, the new type systems come with built-in filters that are much more robust than what was put in the initial system that we have there. As a matter of fact, those are similar to what filters you'd have in your household versus some that we have now. They're 4 inches thick. They're HEPA filters.
Right.
And there's a lot of other things that we'll consider during the design, including ultravation, ionization, and things like that within the system itself. And I think your question's well put because we don't know what that next generation will be right now.
Okay. Thank you. We've learned a lot about MERVs and HEPAs and all sorts of filtrations.
Yes.
So, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Whose hand is it? Representative Newman.
Yes, thank you. On the lunch break, I had NHPR on, and I guess ironically, I only heard part of it, but they were talking about the prison system. And I believe what I heard was that if you have to take some reduction in monies coming to you, that certain educational programs will be cut, and the discussion on the radio.
Newman, we're talking about the capital budget, not the operating budget at this point.
Okay, my apologies. I thought it had to do with the capital budget. I'm sorry.
No, and Representative Newman, feel free to email me and I will assist in any questions associated to the operating budget. Happy to help you there.
Representative Mills.
Thank you.
Sure. Yes, I've got more of a follow-up question for some of the older members on the committee. I know we finally allocated, I believe, last biennium, monies for the deplorable conditions that were in your kitchen area. And due to COVID and everything, I just wondered, has any of that been repaired? Is that whole kitchen area been taken care of yet?
So first, thank you for funding that. And secondly, it has not happened, but I'll let Mr. Hansen tell you where we are. Clearly, some things such as COVID and construction being slowed definitely interfered with that, but I think we're headed in the right direction now.
Yeah, that's a good question. So that project, 4.3 million, was funded. We are now in the final points of the approval to get a design contractor on board. We have looked at many designs to make sure we can meet budget and build the kitchen that we need to do that many meals a day, which is between 5,500 and 6,000 meals a day. So very soon you'll be seeing coming before GNC. It was actually scheduled to go in October, but that agreement for the design will make it to GNC.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions on what was in the governor's proposal?
Chairman, I'm sorry.
Jack.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner. If I remember the discussion on the sewer grinder, last capital budget, we had to cut it because we didn't quite have enough room to fit it, and the city wasn't very happy with you, and I'm glad to see it in there this time.
Thank you for that, sir. Your memory serves you well. I do want to point out to the committee, I must have talked too highly of John. He did miss one of those items, but I still think he's top notch. That was approved in the budget. We just talked about item 7 on the governor's list, replacing steam lines and traps. I don't want to lose that part of the.
Roll back to that slide.
Yep. I'll find that slide and we'll brief you on that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, I slipped right by that. I pushed on the slide, but I didn't know what I was looking at. So, this is the governor's priority number 7 and our priority number 3. So this is the project to make repairs to and upgrades to the steam line and steam traps at the Concord facility that in some cases date back over 80 years. This project will not replace all the steam pipes and all the steam traps, but will ensure that the system is sustainable for at least the next 30 years. The steam for the Concord facility runs 12 months of the year, just as the boilers. It's all interconnected for the kitchen and laundry operations especially, and then domestic hot water. In the winter months, the steam is our only source of heat for approximately 400,000 square feet of building space. Many of these steam lines are old and in the what we call a Rickwell manufactured pipe, which is a direct buried metal pipe with some spot welds. And they have lasted for many years, but now have succumbed to the elements. The welds are broken and are leaking badly. This project will decrease the state's utility consumption.
Any other questions on this portion? Commissioner, if you would like to briefly go through what did not make the cut, we are willing to hear that.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate the
I
opportunity.
assume that these are in priority order.
Yep, if you go to the first slide after I'll bring it up on the screen. We put the DOC priority order 9 through 18. It was a continued ask, and I believe we also have those in the packet, correct, John?
Correct.
So there are visuals in your packet. We like to show visuals. I think it speaks 1,000 words. This committee's been very supportive of our door replacement project, really ongoing to replace the doors at the men's prison in Concord. Showing you that slide. We continue to have doors that are rusted, the locks problematic. This facility design has a lot of exposure to outward elements at the men's prison from the interior yard. That ask was to continue to replace a certain number of these doors on campus. Priority 10 for us was to continue to look at, again, the men's prison in Concord and ceiling repairs. We tried to show you that, again, that ceilings and leaks and all of the different HVAC systems and so forth, we've already mentioned impact ceilings. So we want to stay on top of those issues within the facility. Priority number 11 was starting to explore issues off the men's prison campus specifically, looking over at our probation and parole office, same street, a little further down on the right by our store. But that does not have it has a holding tank septic system. So this $125,000 was to put in a proper septic system and opportunities to have a leach field and correct an issue that's been identified during my time as commissioner. Anytime you want to chime in and augment, John, you feel free to do so. We're masked up over here. Moving on to priority number 12, same location, dealing with roofing and siding replacement, same location. Again, I think that's simply said, showing you imagery there. Priority 13, we do have automotive repair over on the men's prison campus. Going through that particular space over the last couple of years, this is an ask to fix the floor drain and repair some oil water separators and things of the like in that space.
Yeah, this is the auto body shop, and what we found is an old facility that actually is sitting in an area that was from the 1878 version of the prison.
Right.
We have a very old drainage system over there. We've had a little bit of a scoping with some materials that we've seen go down through the drains. We want to make sure that they're encapsulated in some sort of oil water separator.
Okay, and priority 14, as previously presented, was an area of deficit post the women's prison development in trying to come up with a trades building. This is a, mind the construction, John.
So this was, the design here is a standard type building with a pitched roof, which will be used for the wood masters and wood training programs and vocational programs at the women's prison. When we modified things at the women's prison, we just didn't have enough room to include that in the main building.
And we do continue to work on partnerships on the vocational side to develop job skills. This is what this building would help us accomplish in trying to promote positive reintegration and reduce recidivism for our women. Priority 16, clearly Northern Correctional Facility built in 2000. And no surprise, we're going to need roofs there.
Our job, obviously, in my area is to monitor these sort of things. We've gone up, and those pictures will show. We've done some patching on our own, but this was prior to, and as you folks know, Mr. Chairman, your group mandated the 30-year roof warranty not too many years ago. That was obviously long after the facility in Berlin was built. So that's a 20-year roof.
And then priority 16 are continued roofs at the men's prison in Concord. Those roof replacements.
That's a number of roofs, Commissioner, that will be replaced. A lot of the roofs at the Concord prison, some of them date back a very long time. There's some pitches and some other areas that have run off. We've inspected them all. It would be quite a project, and it will need to be done in time, but that did not make the cut.
And then priority 17, we've done some work at the Northern Correctional Facility to correct some HVAC units using our contract during COVID, and those have mended them temporarily. This is to really go in and create some opportunities to fix some HVAC unit replacements up at that North Country facility. Again, we're at the 21st year of its use, and that use certainly wears on an institution. And then priority 18 is to do some site work and stabilization. This was the result of moving some land and fill during our women's construction phase up by our training area.
Yeah, there were many, many hundreds of thousands of tons of rock and overburden that was moved up onto the top of the prow on the range at the back of the women's prison. As we got towards completion, we did not have enough money to do what DES wants us to do, and that's to put in proper drainage and swales. We have seeded and loamed some of it, but more needs to be done.
So that concludes what we recommended, and I'll stop sharing the screen.
Representative McConkey.
Thank you. Nice to see you again, Commissioner. What was the price tag on doors and locks, item number 9?
I believe that was $200,000, sir.
And does that take care of your total problem at this time?
We believe we'll hit the lion's share of all doors because we've already received $299,000, and that project is, well, it's been bid. We're negotiating with the contractor, the low bid right now. So we believe those critical doors will be fixed with the remaining money.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative McConkey.
Commissioner, in the past, when we've had discussions with the department about how work is being done within the facilities, there has been some, let's say, discussion about, well, we're going to do it in-house because it's too hard to bring contractors in to do the work. How do you anticipate doing a lot of these things that are both either given to us by the governor or what you're recommending? Are you going to try to continue to do the work in-house, or are you going to go out to actual bids and get contractors in?
Thank you for that question. And we really want to leverage the going out and getting a contractor in. We do work with that contractor when there's an opportunity to use our staff to help either reduce the burden to the state. We take that opportunity, but we certainly recognize that we need to have our staff focusing on the continued needs at those old facilities. So it's a primary use of contractors coming in while leveraging our staff to maintain daily operation maintenance needs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions? Representative Thomas.
Commissioner, with respect to the septic system for the trades building, Is there not sewer running by that part of North Main Street, by that?
Yes, there is, Representative. Just jumped right in, I'm sorry.
No, please, because you and I have talked about this. Go ahead, John.
So
It's a great question. I asked the same one, Representative Thompson.
when we were able to come up with this latest estimate, I personally met with the city again. The uphill gradient would require pumping up to their line. So until we know for sure, we could potentially pump to their line, but their suggestion to us was to put a leach field and a septic system, adequate system on our property.
It's surprising. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, sir.
Well, the problem is we have a 20-year life on the septic system, assuming that's an accurate estimate. And with the sewer system, if you put a grinder pump in your existing holding tank, seems like the cost would be substantially lower to pump up to the sewer. And then it's the city's problem once it goes beyond the curb line, not ours 20 years down the road, or depending on the type of system, shorter period.
Just to follow up, Commissioner. So on that, our preference has been always to go up and tie into their line. Public Works and I worked together on this, and we were surprised. The city had suggested we actually put this new type of, a new septic system and leach field on site. So nothing's been decided yet, but the money is there to do either or. That amount of money will do either or.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Appreciate the question.
Representative Abbott.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner, for taking the question. I just wondered, because they're very much similar, if there's been any discussion with administrative services on these roof repairs and replacements, whether you've asked them or.
Representative, are you referring to general services and their workers that do work on their own, or their own projects for roofs?
Their projects for roofs.
So admin services, Public Works, of course, being part of that agency, is directly involved in these estimates. If you're suggesting possibly combining roofs and getting a better price for more roofs, that certainly could be looked at by them.
Follow up?
Yeah, that's what my question was, because when we spoke to them, they said, when they were replaced or fixed the roof, that they have to prioritize it. And their estimates were based on, what the scope of the work would be when they, discovered what was underneath the roof in terms of the problem.
Yeah, exactly. We've had that encountered on the last big roof projects you folks approved for us. We had purlins put in the gymnasium in Concord. We worked with DAS on that. And we do combine projects with them, like our sprinkler projects. Typically, when we have to add 4 or 5 areas of sprinklers, for fire suppression things, we combine with other buildings. So that is possible.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that question.
On the roof replacements, both in the Northern Correctional Facility and in Concord, are either of them currently leaking?
Yes, there are leaks, especially on the Concord Men's Facility. And we do patch, and we have a regular program in the spring. We go out and we use some sometimes creative materials to patch over, the EBPM type rubber membrane roofs. And we know that does not last forever, especially when you use materials that could eat rubber. But yes, we do patch on a regular basis.
Thank you. And so that the Northern Correctional Facility would be a higher priority than Concord if a roof replacement was to be funded.
Commissioner, I believe our discussion has been, yes, it would be, because it's a larger roof. And when there is a leak up there, there's a lot more square footage where the water can get down into bad parts of that facility. It's a very large flat roof. Concord, we have pitched roofs in the second phase, the one that was not in the governor's budget. which need to be addressed, and some of those we're simply just adding gymnastics.
Thank you. And who's got their hand up? Representative Kalinsky.
Yes, thank you. I just had one real quick question. I've actually got a few questions that I'm not going to bother with taking up a lot of time today with, but I was wondering if I could get a good email address forwarded to me that I could email some questions about the capital improvement plan.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, so if somebody could forward me that email address, that would be appreciated.
You have another one, Ben?
What's that?
You had another question, you said?
No, that's my only real question for the group right now, because I've got my capital improvement plan questions there's quite a few of them. And I don't want to take up a bunch of time during that.
Okay. Representative Evil.
Yes, thank you. So how are we doing as far as capacity in the men's and women's prisons? I'm particularly interested in the women's, since we just built it.
Our 224 bed facility for women, we are currently today at 136. And so we're certainly living in that facility in an appropriate and comfortable way, which is nice that we did not build it too big or too small. At the men's prison today, we have housed 1,244 individuals. That is definitely down. I will let you know, I've seen our population slowly decreasing at these institutions over the last 5 years. That's a good sign. But they've still all been, with the exception of women's, been modified from the original design capacity. So we haven't quite gotten to the place where we can take out those, I will call them extra beds that were never intended to be there, Representative Abel. And I can certainly follow up with some recent information I gathered for Division I House Finance, and I'd be happy to share it with the whole committee to show you where we believe it was designed, where we are functionally today, and it'll show you the differences in design capacity. In fact, Chairman, I'll send that to the whole committee. I think it'll be helpful for you to have that information.
Yeah, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that question.
Any other questions from members of the committee? Representative McConkey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know who best to ask. Commissioner, on project number 11 that was explored earlier, the price tag on that one?
Yeah, which one's that?
And if I could follow up on that, do we own that building, and do we own the property that it sits on?
Yes, we do, sir. We own all of that property.
And if I could, just to finish, you're working with Public Works on that project. So if we had other questions, we'd ask that.
Yes, sir. We are working with Public Works on that project.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I would offer to the committee, if it be appropriate right now, to let you know that it looks like of past projects, it looks like we have a lapse amount that will occur of just under $153,000 if there was an opportunity. I'm sorry, $152,849, and they've told me 55 cents. So don't come at me to the 55 cents. There may be an opportunity, if at the will of this committee, that money be deployed to some of these other projects that didn't make the list. But certainly, I know you have a lot of state priorities.
We thank you for that. And as you know, in the past, we have harvested money from projects from all agencies to use on projects throughout the state. So anything I find will be used for the betterment of the state, not necessarily your agency. No offense.
No offense taken, sir, but I thought you would want to know that opportunity existed.
And Representative Jack,
Smiling under here.
Representative Jack will be chairing a subcommittee looking at all of the lapses and extensions of lapses so that we know where we are on all of that before we make any final decisions.
Thank you for that information.
Yeah, I just want you to know, Commissioner Rubino might not be one of the governor's high priorities on his budget lists. ever since our Public Works Committee came by and toured your prison, we've been very, very big on your door containers and locks. Very big. That's one of our priorities.
Thank you. I appreciate your attention to that. And again, happy to take people on tours when it's safe, and probably 2 at a time would probably be the best approach if there's anyone that has not been in to see that interesting infrastructure, architectural history, as I like to call it.
Representative Evil.
Yes, thank you. So I can't remember anymore if it was last term, we had an awful lot of discussion about the special psychiatric unit and what's happening with that. I know because of financial constraints, we're probably not talking about it right now, but if you had anything you wanted to share on that subject, I'd like to hear it.
Certainly, Representative Abel, I don't have any capital budget projects associated, but I do understand that there's a bill that allocates, there's a bill proposed that allocates $8 million to build a structure on property owned by the state near New Hampshire Hospital. And I'll send you that bill number. And if it's the will of the committee, I send it to all of you to keep you informed of that much long conversation.
Is that a Senate bill? Or maybe you know about it, Mr. Chair, and I don't. I'm
Well,
sorry.
I've heard something about something was in House Bill 2 that may be coming out. I don't know if Mr. Shea can answer that question at this point. Otherwise, we'll have to do some research. But Commissioner, if you could send it, it would be appreciated.
Be happy to. I'll track that down for the committee and send it out because I'm as interested as you are. Finally separate the civilly committed from the adjudicated would be nice.
Yes.
Clearly, you know my stance on that now.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Any other questions for the Department of Corrections about their capital projects? Seeing none. If we have more questions, Commissioner, I'm sure we will be in touch with you or members of your staff, especially if we go forward and we do find some additional funds to begin to look at some of your unfunded projects. We would probably ask you some more questions about them.
Well, thank you, sir. Thank you, members of the committee. It is a pleasure to see you. I look forward to being in person some of these days going forward. I wish you all well, and I thank you for your service to the state of New Hampshire.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I know.
Any member of the committee have anything they need to share with the rest of us or questions they would like to ask me? Because I probably don't know the answer, but you could ask.
Again, Mr. Chairman, earlier today, under the Department of CTEs, I think we should follow, especially with the situation with Whitefield, just in case they do pass it.
I agree. Hopefully everybody heard what Representative Cloutier said. He said we need to stay on top of and follow what Whitefield is doing or not doing about their CTE before we finalize the House version of HB 25 and not leave it to the Senate to try to fix.
I mean, I would think March is coming up, so they're going to vote on it sometime in March, the school district. And
So
I just don't know when. March 9th, I know is town meeting day in some schools. But I think we should try to, I mean, I don't want to add my position, advocate and get it done. Frankly, I have a vested interest because next basically is Claremont Newport, which is not, as of now, not until next biennium.
Right.
But
But you wouldn't want to be competing with that.
I'd rather get Whitefield out of the way because I don't want Whitefield, if we can do it, if the voters go along, of course.
Representative Bunker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I took note of what Commissioner Hanks just said about tours of the facility. And as a new member of this committee, I'm interested in that. And I just wanted to mention out loud so that if any other new member of the committee would like to join me, get in touch and maybe we can set something up.
It is worthwhile. You get a sense of foreboding as you go in. It is a very old, well, at the time, well-built facility. The nicer one is to go to the North Country and go through that one, but it's a little further away.
Okay, so any member of the committee who wants to do it too, please just get in touch with me. Thanks.
Yeah. So I see no other hands.
Were all his questions regarding capital budget just for the prisons, or was it?
Yeah. Hey, Ben, if you're there, your questions deal with the overall program or just with the prison?
My questions were really with the prisons and I mean, I'm curious, and I know it's not uncommon to see a lot of 20, 30-year-old projects come up all at once at the same time to have to be worked on. But I was just curious to see what they have in place for a long-term capital improvement plan and how often that's being updated and monitored and how old some of their other infrastructure is.
The commissioner left her email. And it's in that packet. I don't know if you've opened it yet from Mr. Shea with the presentations, but I will forward you her email address so that you can ask those questions directly of her and get that back. Under statute, every agency is supposed to present every biennium a 6-year plan to the state for look. But since we do 2-year budgets, you know how that works.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. All right. Thank you very much.
Not a problem. Anyone else before I have Marty pull the plug on this work session of Public Works and Highways Committee?
Just our next one is.
And our next meeting, it's in the calendar that came out last night. It is on the 5th of March. It is totally remote. There will be all of us sitting at home. And we have several committees that are agencies that will be presenting to us. So please look for whatever Mr. Shea sends out as far as the presentations by the agencies, and we'll work from there. Other than that, you know how to get in touch with me or the vice chair, and I appreciate everybody attending these work sessions, because once we're finished with the work sessions and a public hearing, we dive right into work sessions to plug numbers into any amendment that we may make to the governor's proposal.
And one final question, that is, it starts at 9:30 on Friday.
9:30 on the 5th of March.
Thank you.
Which is a Friday. And I know for some of you, Fridays are not good, but with the lack of rooms and even Zoom licenses, I have to take what I can fight for. And like taking away 2 days this week from committees didn't help at all for trying to get work done for the entire house. And it's may only get worse over the next couple of weeks as we try to finish. I see no further hands, nobody jumping up and down. Barry, you unmute.
I just want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for good meeting.
I try hard. I learned from several good chairs, 2 of whom are sitting to my right.
Okay, thank you.
All right.